takes a lot of credit for stuff with, you know. You know. Admire, I guess. And it makes sense. They were going to do 5 civs in the first place. Because as they point out, the game had an Age of Kings, 3 Western European, 3 Central European. Well, they call it Eastern European later, but turn it into Central European. And 3 East Asian civs and 4 Middle Eastern civs. So it would make sense to round out, make it an even number of civs per region. So add a Western European civ, a Central European civ, an East Asian civ, and then 2 new civs from the new architecture set they were going to do. A bit earlier today? I've been live for 17 minutes. So, not by much. Good guy, Carl. That is Carl's job. Alright, guys, Khmer is going to be game number 1. Wouldn't be surprised to see Japanese here, but nope, it is going to be 2 other very good civs. Carlbot is the bot on Discord that's that we use for the notifications. Community Arena Tournament? Maybe. Resulted? They're turtle shippy, for sure. But they don't have much melee armor, which I don't love. Probably so Hulks aren't completely useless against them, but still. Anyway, I guess. There's more delay, is there? I have no idea. Alrighty, guys, let me set up the scoreboard. We are in the round of 16. We are making our way through this tournament. It has been plenty of fun. Like on phone, but not on mobile? What? Yeah. Yeah, no idea how that all works out. Anyway, welcome everybody here to the round of 16. This is our very first set in the round of 16, I believe. And we will have here freaking Andy in the orange as the Armenians, getting the proper Civ color combo. There we go. I mean, Armenians are an orange civ if I've ever seen one. So he'll be here on the western island of Komir, and to the eastern island right across this little channel, it will be Yo in the blue as the Malay. Not with the proper civ color combo. Malay aren't a blue civ unless you're talking Srivijaya. Which actually is totally fine. I still think of Malay more as a red civ personally, but blue is an okay secondary color at least. Red? No, I'm not going to switch the color. You know, part of me maybe sometimes would want to just do like... always change the player color to match what I personally think the correct civ color is. But that would just get confusing real fast. Little dog. Did you know that the Pembroke Welsh Corgi is a fan of peanut butter oatmeal bowls? Red? But I can't do red and orange. Well, you bet I am. Anyway, Doc coming in. Doc already in, so nice little start here for Andy. Again, like as Armenians, because you only spend 60 wood on your first drop-off site, well, on all drop-off sites, but your first mule cart, you can actually get your dock down a little bit faster. On the new colors in 16, no, I don't want to see that. I mean, in terms of like actual colors that could be used, a pink, an actual black and white, a brown. No idea what else. Neon green? Well, I would try to avoid just using different shades of the same color. Yeah, the game would seriously run on like 3 FPS. Yeah, an actual teal color for sure. That is a seriously one they could add. Oh, look at this. Look at this cute little move here. Yeah, I don't know why transport ships are made out of paper mache now, though. That's really weird to me. Transport ships are supposed to be a reasonably tanky ship. You know, what, to transport the troops safely and all that. Are they? They absolutely have been. 100 HP, 4-8 armor. That's a reasonably tanky ship right there. After that annoying tire mission. Well, unfortunately, those transport ships actually had 500 HP for whatever reason. Because why reward the player for naval control, right? Alright, Feudal Age on the way here for both players. They did click up on the same population, but no barracks for Yo. Generally speaking, I would say that the men-at-arm rushing on this map is usually much more successful. Sicilians just have cheaper transports with extra line of sight. But yeah, I mean, transport ships are always going to be useful in the sense that they do something that nothing else in the game does, which is ferry land units across the water. There is no alternative to them. I mean, like, they shouldn't be indestructible, but they should be, like, decently tanky. Because if you're going to snipe somebody who's trying to ferry land units over, it should be something that you should be able to do, but you have to intentionally do. Right? There has to be some sort of intentionality to it instead of just like an errant breeze sinking the transport ship and causing a massive game swing. Alright, archery range is incoming. Men-at-Arm Rush hasn't done anything yet. Well, in fact, Men-at-Arm itself is just about to be in. I remember when Sicilian transport ships were just a random water tank. I remember back in the beta when it was 50% less bonus damage and it applied to everything, including ships, and the Sicilians won every single naval fight. Still, archers are on the way, and Yo hasn't taken any major damage so far. That said, Andy was able to sneak out 2 extra fishing ships, so he's actually completely even in villagers with the Malay player, and is even slightly ahead in resources, which, I mean, Armenians are a good eco-civ, for sure, but Malay are, like, one of the best of the best. Can harvest wood. Something like that. Oh, nice snag there for Andy. Got the Hulks out for some epic Hulk action. Gotta be careful. Simplified all the bonus damage? Actually, they probably could. Wasn't Driftwood, like, not especially usable? And then water stone. For some reason, you just gather stone in the water. Well, isn't the difference that the driftwood isn't dry wood? I guess you could dry driftwood, but I don't know if it would be very useful at that point. Anyway, blacksmith incoming. Forging is on the way here for Andy. These men-at-arms might need to get Dunkirked. There you go. Meanwhile, Hulk's on the other side. No forging in yet, but it's 4-3 anyway, so, well, that's going to be a decisive engagement. Naval Civ? I mean, they already are, like, an okay Naval Civ, but making them a little bit better on water, I wouldn't hate that at all. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful, yo. Gotta be careful, yo. Somebody pay attention. I know there's a fight happening over here, and there's also one happening over here, but somebody pay attention. No. Oh my goodness. Andy with 2 eco unit kills, although I think those are actually, well, 1 Bill, 1 fishing ship, and now the Hulks are just crushing it here on the water. With that forging upgrade just being so important. Good stuff here for Andy in this game number 1. Well, there's a villa over here that's probably going to get sniped, and looks like Yo does spot this. Oh, gotta be careful! Hulks are so absurd against land units! Oh my god. Anyway, look at this. Andy's clicked up to Castle Age. He's doing extremely well here in this game number 1. Has a villager lead, is basically keeping pace with the Malay in terms of economy, which, like, whenever that happens, it's just such a huge win. Just getting those 2 extra fishing ships out is so enormous. Castle Age is on the way. Gold mining upgrade as well. Now, Yo still might actually reach Castle Age a bit faster, but it won't be as much of an advantage as he would like, that's for sure. Oh, that villager is sick and tired of being sick and tired. Castle Age is creeping in here for Andy. Now, Yo already has the buildings to click up, and this is probably going to be one of those situations where you build the market to buy the resources for Castle Age, and then you get the Castle Age resources by the time the market's done anyway. Yeah, I mean, And he's going to be like 10 seconds faster to Castle Age. But anytime you're faster to Castle Age than Melee, you know you're probably working with a pretty decent advantage. Yeah, it's just having those fishing ships. Makes all the difference. And then with the Hulk battle, I mean, one dude has forging and the other doesn't have forging. Okay, now Yo is researching forging, but obviously that is quite late. It is 5 to 8 warships in favor of our orange player. Hello, Hyungjun. Yes. That was my favorite balance patch when Melee took longer to research the next stage. You know, you want to introduce Civ Malices to AoE? That's how you do it. Oh, are we Fortified Church rushing? Oh, we are. Oh, we are. Castle Age down here for you. Iron casting coming in as well as medium warships. This is going to be looking really good here for Andy. The villagers can just hop into the Fortified Church. I have to hug that. Medium warships here for Yo. And he is actually still somehow slightly ahead in resources. But this is looking great here for Andy, guys. Another Fortified Church is incoming. Obviously, the Warrior Priest can easily dispatch those archers. And now it's just going to be so annoying to deal with. You already have Armenian Bowsaw in, which really helps. Even has relics. Did it not have any relics before? I mean, I'm always a fan of having an odd number of relics overall. This one has 6 relics, one on each of the main islands. Anyway, we're at 3 fortified churches at this point, and they take a while to go down. I mean, they have as much HP as a town center. Although their armor distribution's a little bit different. A little bit less pierce armor, or melee armor, and more pierce armor. Redemption's on the way, and this is looking really freaking good for freaking Andy. 6 hulks to 11 in favor of our orange player on the water. He's ahead in villagers. He's certainly ahead in map control. Yo's already going to have to expand here to the side because this forest and this forest are unavailable to him. Is it counter if you like how Warrior, but I don't like how the church rushes work? Is it, would you say, like, are you saying, is it asking if it is unpopular? Or counterintuitive? As an upgrade? I don't see it as an upgrade either. I don't see it as a downgrade, I just see it as a side grade. I just see it as more complicated without actually being any better or worse. Oh, you gotta be so careful here, because remember, the Hulks are also going to be able to kill the Mangonels really fast, but looks like this might just be right here in the nick of time. Because if this was old water, like, the Hulks would just be replaced with fire ships. I mean, you have all the, you know, the new techs introduced, but, like, does that really change anything? Not too much. And, guys, Yo is super dead, man. Oh, nice attack there. No, not the... Andy! Andy! Like, if Yo had some sort of presence on water, then maybe... Oh, yeah, he did lose the dock, too. I mean, this is just all Andy here. Remember, this is Andy's Siege Workshop now. Hello, Saksham. I'm doing fine. Lovely Thursday. Yo's gonna come in here with a castle. One might even call it a chateau. But, I mean, he's got no army. And it's gonna be really tough to come back on water against Hulks because, 1, demos don't really work very effectively, and 2... you know, you want to get into galleys, you're going to need to be able to build a lot of them. The Andy's already so far ahead in resources. Yes, I do think that there is more potential on the new water, but it's just not really here. And yeah, that feels really convoluted. But I also didn't really love the Macedonian outposts either. The Macedonian outposts were cool for like 3 scenarios, but by the time you're on like the 15th scenario where you were spamming outposts all over the place, it got pretty annoying. Upgrading them one by one was also really annoying. Iron casting coming in here for you. Remember, Andy already has iron casting in for his hulks, and that's one of the reasons he was able to take such a big advantage in the water fight. Oh, that monk's actually not going to make it. Alright. And of course, the Karam boys can go ahead and take down the fortified church. Actually, oh, nice job there with the repairs for Andy. Invest into it. I mean, it's like, where are you, like, they're not going to just go right back to old water, but I don't really think old water is necessarily something we need to go right back to. Oh no, that's going to be blocked, isn't it? Oh no, the Vils are derping! Okay, yeah, Yo's doing the right thing. Just pull back there. There you go. Ballistics is now in. Well, I mean, I think there are 2 main issues. One is the fish, absolutely. The other is the fact that galleys don't work in small ponds, and it completely breaks the water triangle, because you can't invest, or not even just small ponds, but galleys don't work unless you're fully investing into galleys. Which means that it kind of breaks the water triangle, because if you're having to play any sort of hybrid maps, then it's just going to be a Hulk spam fest. Yeah, it's a problem because, again, it leads to this complete Hulk spam, because the only counter to Hulks requires you to have a full investment into water. Okay, well, that's kind of weird. Can Yo get some... Oh, Yo doesn't have any wood left, never mind. Like, Yo's trying to make something out of nothing this game, but I'm not seeing it. Case with Galley... Exactly, which is why... any sort of mass water overhaul, so to say, is not likely going to be too effective unless it fixes those, in my opinion, 2 fundamental issues. Yeah, it's pretty over. Very nicely done from Andy in game number 1, for sure. Once again, the Man-at-Arms Rush players winning. Just saying. We get maps. That earns a Jabba the Hutt / Bowser laugh. Go for Hulks anyway? Exactly. Hey man, converting your opponent's eco to grow your eco is like the most fun way to boom. Alright, that is the Armenians winning, rather, over the Malay. Very well done for Andy. Andy's got Aquarina and Shoals, and Yo with Immersion and Water Nomad. Let's see what's going to be next. They are already in the game on Immersion, because it's been so long since we've seen Immersion, guys. Is Siege Towers? I wonder if that might also help out a bit. Right, yeah, exactly. The Rise of Babylon strat. Armenia dominates Malay on a sea map. I mean, if anything in life makes sense, that sure does. I mean, have you seen Lake Van, Hongjun? I wouldn't mess with any power that controls Lake Van. All right, let me get it here into game number 2. Is YouTube even... Yeah, YouTube is live. For some reason, no one said anything on YouTube. Anyway, here we are, guys. Game number 2. It is going to be on immersion. What's everybody's favorite kind of kitchen tool? It's an immersion blender. Because when you're too lazy to put something into a food processor and don't want to do the extra dishes, that's where the immersion blender comes in. Something, thank you, Zenith. For sure. And I think this is going to be a very good set, and already it was an interesting game number 1, so yeah, just having fun here. Yes, and if Andy wins, it would be an upset, regardless. Hello, Faisal. Alright, so, Yo Japanese here in the blue to the west, Andy in the orange as the Romans here to the east, a civ we have not seen too much of in this tournament. And also, yeah, the galleys having 1 melee armor does actually... It's a very real bonus now for Romans. Because remember, it affects the whole Tripoli, not like the city in, you know, the Middle East or North Africa. Just Tripoli. Yeah. On immersion and shoals, yeah, we'll have to see. That's why we enjoy watching AoE, and of course we enjoy watching AoE in these later rounds of the tournaments when the games are going to be a bit closer and more exciting. Or steel? Ah, yes, so it is. Indeed. Yep, Andy went right over. Saw the boar, took the boar. And by boar, I mean rhino. And unless Yo gets a counter steal, which feels unlikely at this point since Yo's just been pushing deer, this could be another big early win here for freaking Andy. Even on a map with fish, getting an early rhino steal is huge. Anyway, guys, I need to just get some coffee. I'll be right back. What's up? Yeah, I mean, I have to use the chair frequently on this channel just for the chair streaming because I really know that it's the true star. It's going to give us the best casting. Anyway, Yo is up a little bit faster. So, okay, so hold on. Yo's being a goofus here. Lost a lot of HP. And you're gonna go for another bedded arm rush. Talking? Yeah, that's true. So, even if you go for the early Rhino steal on this map, or any hybrid map, you take it, but your opponent's already gathering wood a lot sooner anyway, and they have a way to liquidate that wood into more resources. Right? With getting those extra fishing ships out. What? Both players! Oh my goodness. Makes sense? Sometimes I do make sense. Very occasionally, I say something and it makes sense. Alright, it is a Hulk Fiesta on this map, of course. Wait, Yo taking a really far gold. I mean, that is a pretty exposed gold at the front of his base, but still gonna need to somewhat rely on Andy not scouting this, which might be difficult if Andy's just sailing around the side of the map. Mental win? It does, and it gives you extra resources that your opponent doesn't have. Like, don't get me wrong, it is still good. Andy is even slightly ahead in resources collected. That's also because Romans are a stupid civ. Oh, Andy! Oh, jeez. Both players with definitely some mistakes. Speaking of mistakes, what are you doing, Yo? Oh, my goodness. Yo. It's gonna be maybe another kill. Yo, gonna try and escape there. No, don't just die. They just lose the scout. No. Okay, Men-at-Arm goes down, but that is a rough start for Yo. Not only did he lose a villager, but he also had a lot of idle time. He lost his scout cavalry. And you can see that Andy has already taken a nice economic lead. Is Yo washed? Many people are saying this. Anyway, we got 2 Hulks on the outside for Yo. Andy has not made a single warship out whatsoever. Yo, I think, made the mistake where, like, you go forward with, like, your Hulk, but then you do, like, forget to patrol it all the way across the map at first, because Yo is obviously preoccupied doing other stuff. So I think that's what happened. Anyway, there are 3 archers out. Fletching is on the way for Yo. First Hulk is on the way here for Andy. Yeah, it's a Super Bowl hangover. And I really hope afflicts the Eagles this year, because I do not want to watch a bunch of 3-and-outs with the top-tier defense, man. I just do not want to watch that any more than I've had to this past couple weeks. Alright, Hulks are here. Of course, you can garrison the fishing ships, but that is going to be a bit rough for the eco. Seahawks. Now, as a Ravens/Bears fan, but, you know, the Ravens fan part, I have to be bitter about the Seahawks taking Mike McDonald, but you know what? He's destined for great things. The Hawks are looking good for sure. Falcons fan? Oh no. Oh no. At least you've got Bijan Robinson and Drake London and not a quarterback. Well, the Bears have been winning some ugly games against arguably lower tier opponents. They have a really tough part of their schedule coming up. So that's really going to be, okay, is this Bears team actually good, or have they just been beating up on, barely beating, rather bad teams? Hello, McNeedy. The Ravens, meanwhile, are basically clawing themselves out of the gigantic hole they put themselves in. But we'll have to see how far they can go. McNeely with the Nintendo 64 months. Thank you so much, McNeely. Anyway, as I'm showing, dock over here, dock over here. Meanwhile, dock to the north, both players are expanding their fishing eco, but Andy, just like game number 1, has more fishing ships overall. And hello, Lewis. Hulk's just running around doing Hulk things. Forging coming in for Andy. That was another way that he was just really able to leverage an advantage in game number 1. Also note that Yo has been farming. You can see he's got 7 farms right here. Andy, 0 farms. Just only relying on the fishing ships for food income. But they've been doing all right. 1 goes down there, or 1 extra, so 2 total. Forging is not in yet. Remember, those archers really do help against the Hulks. Oh my goodness. It's so weird, guys. Like, I don't know about you, but, like, I just can't wrap my mind around a ship that has 1 pierce armor. It's so weird. Anyway, both players are on the way up to Castle Age. Yo a hair faster, but those were some very good and or much needed fights for Yo. Now he's going to have some scouts on the way to help deal with the skirmishers. Andy, meanwhile, is actually just now building his first mill. Again, another fishing ship goes down. Rivalry what? Oh my goodness. I think there is another Ornlu out there, but I have no idea who this person is. All right, another archer coming in. Are we going to see cav archers, guys? Are we going to see even better cav archers versus skirmishers? Are we going to get that here? Although, speaking of Japan and Japanese, I've been binge watching Alice in Borderlands yesterday. That is a really great show. I'm almost done with season 2 right now. I mean, I was also working on my script for the video yesterday, guys. I wasn't completely useless. Anyway, nice little cleanup here from Yo as well. Watching anime? It's not anime. It's just a Japanese TV show. Yeah, it is insane how good Hulks are against land units. Because remember, guys, it is... Their attack is multiplied by 3, so it's 18 attack that armor is applied to 3 times, technically. But especially against low armored targets, the Hulks just absolutely clean up. Totally normal Japanese... I mean, have you seen Japanese variety shows? Alice in Borderland is absolutely a very normal Japanese TV show. Yes, Jailbar. That is exactly correct. So they're being used in this tournament, and they are being used in basically every game in this tournament, but they are not in the actual live patch right now. All right, War Hulks are here. Now for both players, Iron Casting coming in quick for Andy. He's really been prioritizing those attack upgrades in this series so far. Up. The TV show is Alice in Borderland. It's on Netflix. It's kind of like Japanese Squid Game, but the vibes are different. Oh, Knight shows up over here. Gonna get a villager, but you're still gonna lose the Knight in the process. Name Galleon for the ship. So the name of the ships is the same. They just have changed the upgrade from war galley to medium warships, and then they have heavy warships for all of the, the elite ones, except demo ships who have their own upgrade line. Anyway, 3 TCs here for Yo. Andy is already established on the 2, and he has been mining some stone. He's clinkering some construction. Up. Now Andy, for his part, gonna get a little bit of revenge here and start taking down some ships. Fishing ships? I mean, like, again, so many ships are so vulnerable to arrows. Yes, Andy is here to the south with 3 pawns. Yo has that one to the north. 9 fishing ships in total. Remember, Yo has much more control over the outside. And Andy is also going to be looking to take back that pond. Balance of the new ships? It's hard to say. Because, again, we have so many maps where you just can't go galleys. And so, both fire ships and hulks are very good. But the issue is that hulks counter fire ships, because that's, like, their whole point. So, it's just hulks. -1. Oh, so they'd have 4 attack total? But then they're always doing 1 damage to other galleys, hulks. Like, the way the hulk damage is set up is that you need 1 extra attack upgrade to do more than 1 damage to other hulks. Anyway, Yo making more cav archers. We got a couple defensive scorpions in here. More hulks. Always hulks. Always has been hulks, always will be hulks. I do think that, like, pure water maps are definitely a lot more interesting in the late game. The issue is, 1, early game, and 2, any map that doesn't have, like, full-blown post-imp navy. And the thing is, most tournament maps, they look like immersion, right? You have all of these small ponds with shallows, and in those sorts of situations, you don't really have the space to flex out galleys at all, which means that, again, it would just be fire ships and hulks, and why make the unit that is countered by hulks, so just make more hulks of your own. Anyway, more value coming in here for Andy, and he is adding in even more fishing ships. CMS, it's pretty awkward here for both players, actually, because on the one hand, Andy's doing a great job of, you know, leveraging his hulks, the fact that he has iron casting, he's winning the hulk battles, he has both clinker construction and careening for the extra pierce armor, so he's going to do a number on his opponent's fishing fleet. That said, he doesn't really have any food income of his own. He has not set himself up at all for farming. He's just now building his first 3 farms. And so any army composition you want to go for as Romans on the land is likely going to require a fair amount of food. Well, it's more like you need galleys to be in mass, and then they beat hulks pretty comfortably. But in low numbers, 1, it's really difficult to micro on both land and water at the same time, so it's easier just to make hulks. And 2, hulks in low numbers can chase down galleys. Yeah, if anything, I do think hulks are actually not very good in late game. This fire ship plus galleon seems to be the best combo. Anyway, Yo's gonna come in here with a castle. You do have the resources for a defensive one here as Andy. But now things could be getting pretty tight. Anyway, here we go. Yo does not see the castle being built. Okay, now he does with the cav archer. Is he going to be able to do anything about it? Obviously, the Vils can just hop into the TC, but if you can maybe deny that a little bit longer, but we do have ballistics in for Andy, which really does help, and limits Yo's ability to apply pressure to the villagers as they're building the castle. Monk there does get sniped. Scorpion going to go down, and both castles are going to go up by the looks of things. Romans do have the slightly faster builders for what it's worth. Und so, both castles are up. Petards are on the way here for Andy. Res Collect is actually slightly ahead for Yo, interestingly. I thought Andy would be a bit further ahead, but I guess Yo is on 4 TCs. And Yo just not even bothering with petards whatsoever. I mean, Andy could just steamroll this here. Is lacking? I mean, his villager efficiency in general is quite lacking relative to Yo's. Which makes sense considering Yo has been on the offensive for a good chunk of this mid-game. Oh, the ram coming in too. Where's the siege? Oh, siege workshop hall all the way over here. But yeah, Ram coming in, and Yo's gonna have to rush up his own defensive siege workshop. Steam powered? Yes, they are. Good question, Puppy Saturation. They are. They have little puffs of smoke coming out of the top of them like they're a steamboat. Anyway, a couple samurai here, but that is not going to be at all sufficient. I mean, you'll save the castle in the short run, but, you know, just, what, 2 more petards, and you're good to go. Another castle coming in defensively for Andy. Yo does see this. There are 2 scorpions on standby. Yeah, even 1 petard and change is going to do enough damage there. And there you go. Now, a castle here could still be very, very good. But Yo isn't building. What is he doing? Man, Hulks are good. Andy taking better fights, guys. Oh my god. Okay, now Yo's gonna try and build some stables. He's taken control of the middle pond, and the middle pond is, of course, the most important because cannon galleons or Drummonds can range a significant portion of the map. I mean, Andy's Hulks do have just that huge advantage, though, from having the iron casting upgrade. Yeah, that was a very rough couple minutes for Yo. UCA trying to run around. Yo has a ton of everything except food, which doesn't help him in getting to the Imperial Age, as both players have been so reliant on fishing ships for their eco that getting any other resource or any other source of food income has been quite tough. That said, Andy is developing his farming eco at this point. He still even has a few fishing ships. Looks like most of us. Now towers coming in for Yo. Why not? He never did research Yasuma, though. University coming in. Again, Yo is keeping his eco much more efficient than his opponents. Watchtower there being annoying. I love doing stuff like this. Just like random towers in the back of your opponent's base just to make their life more annoying. Oh, but the Hulk is here. And again, Hulks, they just 3-tap the mangonels. And remember, Hulks attack as fast as Japanese swordsmen. Hera versus DauT. Is that next? To be honest, guys, I just look at the first game of the day, and then I'm like, I'll cast everything else from there on out. Anyway, great job from Andy. Yo will build a castle home, but look at this. Yo found a way to click up to Imp first. In 2 hours? Well, I think there should be a set in between there. Maybe. But what is the Imperial Age game plan going to be here for Yo? Because you can still zone, you know, like 80% of the surface area of the map with galleons. Yeah, Andy's clicked up. This is getting interesting, guys. Because again, galleons and cannon galleons here from Yo are going to be really deadly. Yeah, I guess it could just be Cav Archers plus Light Cav. Oh, it's a Centurion, guys! It's so exciting! Such a valuable unit! Alright, castle coming in here to the south. Again, a very good position. It is being seen by Yo, and here come the CA. Uh-oh. Yo, not messing around here. The Vills are going to be immediately brought back here by our orange player, Andy, but still. It takes a century to destroy a dock. I'm pretty sure that's literally how it works. Couple random Vills go down over there, as of course it's just multitasking is so critical. The Hulks do so much damage, guys. Looks like Yo does not have Thumb Ring yet. Handcart, interestingly, coming in for both. Andy also walling up the northern portions of the map. But again, Yo's got control of this middle pond. The northern pond is kind of still no man's land. For Yo, going to be grabbing trebuchets and the heavy warships upgrade as soon as possible. Okay, getting Cav Archer upgrades is fine. And now Yo gonna come in with his own castle here to the south. As a historical ship, a Hulk. A Hulk is a historical ship. All right, guard tower in for Andy. That's not one we see every day. I mean, Romans do get a 40% tower discount. Pretty OP, honestly. Well, nice kill there. Rebbing has commenced. That heavy warship's now on the way for Andy, and I do feel like Yo is going to need that as well, as ships are still fundamentally going to be better than land units pound for pound. And the Hulk was a Western European ship, and I don't know about if they fired hooks or whatever. But this was, in terms of like how military, I guess, navies worked. Yes, that's very accurate. Roman towers. Yes, it was an AoE 1 reference. Scorpions there, kind of going to get taken down, even though they themselves die in the process. We have Kataburuto on the way, which will never not be fun to say. Keep coming in. The rarely seen Roman keeps? What? Do Romans have heated shot? No, I didn't think they did. Well, Andy has a lot of stone for the time being, but he has no more stone income. Grumman is out, gets some damage in, but you still have to be super careful there as Andy. HCA is something that can be afforded at this point as well for Yo, if that's something he wants to go for. More Drummons are on the way. Now the War Galleys are coming out. There's HCA. Oh man, this is getting really messy. Drummonds still have 6 Pierce armor, so they're still at least relatively tanky against Archer Fire, and you already have Dry Dock in, so you have... Actually, no, you don't have Dry Dock in. You have the bonus. Oh, you have to be so careful! I mean, you just have to be paying super close attention, but even so, that Treb is going to go down, and Andy's castle stands, already taking 15,000 HP worth of damage. The extra melee armor is really helpful against those Hulks. But HCA is in, and you are now one ring archer armor upgrade away from full upgrades. Yeah, Thumb Ring in 2. There's heavy warships for Yo. Obviously going to be very important for him to grab that upgrade. Shipwright actually going to be in here for Andy as well. As this... Like, this is a true hybrid map, right? You're literally seeing both land units and naval units going to town on each other. Drummond there goes down. Hulk's coming back out here for freaking Andy, though. No blast furnace in yet for him. No iron casting even in for Yo. And we're back up to 2 trebuchets here again. It's just all about the multitasking, being able to make sure that the Trebs stay alive, that the Drummonds stay alive. Repairs are coming in on the castle. There's a lot of things that these players need to keep track of at the moment. Oh... The Vils are getting sniped by the Drummonds there. Oh man, those Drummonds are doing work, guys. They are better against land units than our cannon galleons. That's kind of the whole point of them. Yeah, spread formation. Gonna need to be utilized right there. And there is another trebuchet down. Is Andy just about to run out of stone? But it might just be enough stone to keep the castle alive as that final treb has fallen. Meanwhile, here to the south, there isn't really a whole lot happening. You have the Karax in now. Tower up here to the north. No Yasuma. Nani? Guard tower coming in here for Yo. And even some fire ships. Why would you go fire ships here? Also, the extra armor helps against the fire ships, by the way. Aeroslits coming in. I mean, Japanese do have far better towers than the Romans do. Architecture coming in here from Andy, but he's done a great job of holding the line. That said, Yo has so much stone that he did not have to spend, you know, almost 30,000 HP repairing a castle. Have absurd melee armor? They have 1 base melee armor, and you get 1 through the bonus for Romans. All right, there's Yasuma on the way. Still, these 2 castles Do a lot to protect the front of Andy's base because we have a bit of a Pausarino. And the CA are just about to be fully upgraded. It didn't... Well, remember, Yo didn't have a bunch of upgrades. Yeah, Andy has architecture in.
Yes.
Alright. Siege Engineers coming in as well. That's going to give you an extra range on those Drummonds, remember, and extra anti-building damage. Now you got Galleons here as well. Guild's coming in too for Andy. He's trying to get himself set up for the long game. It is 3-2 relics, by the way, in favor of Yo. And yes, Yo does have more map control overall. Remember, no heated shot for Japanese, although Yasuma is better than heated shot by a little bit. Not by, like, an absurd amount, but you essentially can still get a slight upgrade against ships, but it's not, like, that huge. But obviously you still need to grab a keep. And look at all these Drummonds, guys. 7 Drummonds are going to take down the castle so fast. Benefit from ballistics? No. Anyway, guard tower is going to go down there. No way I think Yo can even try and keep this castle alive. It's just not feasible. It's going to be taken down way too quickly. That said, what do? You just fight it at a different angle. That is the exact correct move here for Yo. We have an attempted switch over into the pikeman line, but is this too late? Remember, Andy has never really had much of a land army to speak of, although he's done a great job at fighting for the pond to the north. Now he has no stone left at this point. There are 2 trebuchets with Katabaruto pounding away at that castle, and it is going to go down relatively quickly. I mean, this is good for Andy, don't get me wrong. His score is also excellent. No way that castle stands, right? 2 Drummonds pop out at a very opportune time. He has shipwright as well, remember. Well, castle's gonna stand a little while longer. Yo, now with siege engineers, though, keep is gonna be on the way for him, too. A 1v1 game where both players research keeps. That's always fun. And now look at this, guys. The CA are wrecking these ships not named galleons or fire ships. More repairs are being attempted. Iron casting finally coming in. Remember how important those attack upgrades are for your hulks. And you still have... Well, you're destroying the market, which is always nice. Like, you still have the map control to the north of the map for Andy, which is pretty huge. And you are getting a bit more time, but I feel like Andy's eco-efficiency is probably just getting way too low. 35% eco-efficiency. There's a tower over here. Where can Andy even gather wood at this point? Here. That's the only place he can gather wood. I mean, Yo has one of the best understandings of any player when it comes to map control, and he might just be able to checkmate his opponent here. No. The naval changes are only the ones I recorded in the video. More towers coming in, guys. These keeps are fully operational. And one here to the north of the map would also be really nice for you. Again, just deny your opponent any semblance of wood income. Anyway, this castle... I mean, Andy spent so much stone repairing his castles, and they've been, you know, keeping the castles alive for a good long time. But they are going to be out of commission here very shortly. Gold as well is going to be a very real issue for Andy. He doesn't need to spend that much, but still need to have more than 0. No blast furnace in yet for either player still. Couple cannon galleons out, of the elite variety even. And of course, those CA just help out so much against the Hulks because that makes plenty of sense, guys, I promise, somehow. Light Cav are also going to start their raiding adventures. There are pikemen here that can be built to defend, and it's not like these Light Cav are amazing. But it's still not something that's here right as needed, and Yo takes the score lead, guys. Trebuchet is coming forth here, but maybe Andy simply investing a little too much into this northern pond, as it doesn't... I mean, it gives him wood, right? And that's literally his only good source of wood at the moment. But you need something else if you want to win this game, and right now you simply have no gold income. Yo has more map control overall. He was more expanding over here to the side than was his opponent. And we are almost an hour into this game number 2, but Yo is looking mighty strong here as the game goes forward. Even though Andy did get guilds very early on in Imp, which you always got to appreciate a man who rushes up the guilds upgrade. You got Carvel Hole on the way. Oh, go villagers, go! No, it's not going to work. 11% more efficient eco there for Yo by the end, and he will be tying up the series 1-1. Did grab the positive KD there by the end. 51 army high to 32. Yo, more of everything collected except food. And of course, 5,000 more wood, 5,000 more gold, 2,000 more stone. All of that comes from the better map control and just the fact that Yo was able to keep his base safer. Hull ships is fine. I mean, the difference is that the camels have to put themselves in significant danger to try and attack the any sort of ship, whereas Cav archers can kind of just pick apart the ships from range, which feels pretty weird. All right, that was Yo's number 1 Civ and home map pick, so you bet that's one he really expects to win, and he does. I have a corgi next to me. Great series so far, though. And Water Nomad is going to be next. Okay, so maybe the great series so far, maybe the so far bit was the operative word. All right, we are going to be getting into Water Nomad here very shortly. Y'all lose to Dash's butt? Yeah, we do. On Maze? There isn't a map called Maze, unless I'm quite mistaken. Yeah, there's no map called Maze. I'm like, what the heck? Maze is my favorite map. The weird land? I have no idea. Masonry? All right, guys, let's go. Here we are, game number 3. We are tied at 1 apiece. Water Nomad, not really known for giving us very good games, if we're keeping it real. But this is a pretty long rush distance. Usually the players are much closer to each other. So you're going to be here in the blue as the Malians to the southwest, and it's going to be Andy in the orange as the Vikings to the east. So Vikings definitely the better civ here. Malians aren't bad. I mean, you have a wood bonus and a gold bonus. That is always going to be useful early game on the water. But you'd think that Vikings would still be able to scale better throughout the course of a game. Now, if you're looking at it from the perspective of, okay, well, almost always this map ends in Feudal Age or early Castle at the latest, then yeah, I mean, Malians are still going to be nearly as good as Vikings then, but I still would give Vikings the edge, especially as you train more and more warships where you're getting a discount. Also, Ben Mesh, thank you so much for the sub with Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Wolf Pack and enjoy the beauty and or glory and or majesty of Ornlu, a Wolf and Friends. Anyway, the fish is going to run out real quick. Andy taking a couple different fish there. Hello, Ninophobe. So, what to see here? Is it going to be for pure hulks? Do we go for just the pure galley rush? I tend to think that the galley rush, especially with this rush distance being a bit longer, is probably just going to be better. We'll also have to see if the players can wall themselves in, because, I mean, all of the naval ships still kill villagers very, very quickly. So we shall have to see. See where the second dock comes in. Well, it's funny because Malians are like a top-tier hybrid civ and always have been. But Vikings were never played on hybrid maps because they didn't have fire ships. So it's actually not one we really see all that often on any sort of watery map. Again, Malians are going to be just fine to start things off in the game, but, you know, the more warships you build, the more of an advantage Vikings are going to get, as you're going to end up building way more warships than you do buildings. The C-tier BF matchup. Yes, both of these civs are not very good on Black Forest. That is very true. Unless Vikings get that shield wall upgrade to give their infantry more armor, that's definitely replacing Vogg's Vigar. Melee armor against hulks? What do you mean? Your ships don't get extra melee armor, just your infantry and cavalry. Well, I guess your barracks units and cavalry, technically. The Teutonic Knights don't get extra melee armor, they just have a bunch to begin with. Alright, another dock coming up there in the back. Where are the rest of the fishing ships? Oh, over here. So yeah, already early docks here. Got 2 docks in for each player. And it is hulks and hulks, because who doesn't love hulks, guys? I know I love hulks. Hard to kill? Yeah, but the hulks can just run away. How fast do the hulks get through Palisade? Not that fast. Will hulks get nerfed? Almost certainly. Unfortunately, we have no idea what the patch is going to look like that actually comes to the game. And I don't think the devs themselves know, because they're going to watch how the tournament unfolds and then make their adjustments from there. But there are definitely going to be some changes before the patch goes live. The issue is that the tournament has a lot of games in it. So if there is something that doesn't work out quite well, then we're going to get a lot of it, because we still have plenty more sets to cast for the tournament. Meanwhile, Andy started with a couple hulks, but is now going to switch over into the galleys, which again, in theory, is the counter to the hulk. And so far, good job protecting the villagers. Again, and I would thought that you would just open galleys on this map, because, again, these guys happen to have a long rush distance this time, and galleys, if you can make no other unit, are simply going to be better in mass. And they still are the best ship in mass, like, not even close. That said, Yo has gotten 2 villager kills. I think a villager and a fishing ship. The Hulks. Hi, guys. It's the Hulks here. From a lot of games, that's also true. Sort of. The thing is, there comes a point when if the pro players stop doing anything new or trying units in different ways, then it kind of loses the whole point of having a bunch of different games if they all look exactly the same. And let me tell ya, if pro players cannot try something new at any given time, they will do it. Alright, more Hulks coming in. Nice save there. Fishing ship able to jump into the dock. Hulk Dua. I guess that's all right. Of course, remember, no melee armor on gates. You'd think they die very fast to Hulks, and they do. Oh, the Hulk's actually on the other side there. I think if the Hulks were just attacking the entire time while the other Hulk was going after the build, they might have been able to break down the gate, but as it stands, it's fine. Anyway, Andy still has a huge naval lead. 11 galleys and 1 Hulk to just 4 Hulks. But now Yo's coming in with the fire galleys. Now, from my small, limited experience so far, fire galleys still struggle against the galley line in Feudal Age, so long as there's space to maneuver. Which, of course, there is on this map. Yes, there's obviously a hole right there. Also, there's a gigantic hole over there. Market coming in now for Yo. Now, this is not a boomy map where you add in a bunch of extra TC, so Yo likely going to start to sell his stone immediately. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, by the way, there's the Borderlands first mini expansion pack coming out today, and I am so ready to be disappointed. I feel like it's going to be absolutely garbage. I mean, I am ready to be wrong, but it looks like it is just straight awful. It basically looks like they slightly reskinned an existing piece of content in the game with some Christmassy stuff, and then that's it. Oh, the full game is fantastic. But they had a Halloween event that was, like, probably the single worst of, like, in-game event I have ever seen, and this... Like, this thing isn't even going to be paid content now, because I'm a super awesome streamer. I got everything for free, or I'm getting everything for free. But I'm ready to have my heart broken. Especially because Borderlands is known for having insane DLCs. I mean, I got the super deluxe version of the game, boom. That gives you, like, the entire year of free DLCs. Like, every bit of paid content for the game I'm going to get for free for the next year. The full game, so I'd say the campaign you beat in, like, depending on how beeline you are in completing the full story, probably, like, 25 to 30 hours. But remember that Borderlands is a game designed for, like, replaying the campaign with, like, different characters and doing different builds and stuff. So, like, I already have, like, maybe 120, 130 hours. Did you watch the movie? Hell no, it looked awful. They're up, basically. But hey, I am ready to be proven wrong and to shill out this DLC like crazy if it's actually good. I mean, it's supposed to be like a mini headhunter pack, like from Borderlands 2, and those were actually a lot of fun for the most part. They didn't really feel super low effort. I'm just worried that this is going to be super low effort. Anyway, nice hits there for Andy, but he is going to be slower up to Castle Age. Yo's going entirely galleys himself. Interestingly, Andy himself has a few fire ships. I don't know if he's going to continue with them or even continue with galleys. You can see he's making no more warships right now. But yeah, I mean, the long rush distance game of Water Nomad, not something we see very often. So we're already kind of in an uncharted territory. Shadow Tactics, if you ask the question, hey Ornlu, have you ever played insert name of game here? I probably have not played it. I play Age of Empires, and then I play Borderlands to chill out, and then I play various Nintendo games, and that's it. Like, that's literally it. AoE 2? Oh, it is one of the exceptions. Yes, I have played AoE 2. At least once. Anyway, Andy's going to be able to make it to Castle Age with his entire navy intact, so he's doing just fine. Resources collected are actually slightly ahead for Yo, interestingly. Bodkin coming in for him. Meanwhile, medium warships, Bosaw and Bodkin all on the way. It's not even Bod... Wait, no, it's still warships, so I can still say Bod Warsaw. It works! It works! Anyway, Andy, with some good micro here, is going to take limited damage. Actually, that's insane micro from Andy. Holy cow. That was ridiculous! He took 0 damage and sunk 2 warships. Okay, like, it's not going to be a very big deal in the grand scheme of things, but that was insane micro. Wow. Like, he split his ships perfectly. What the heck? Alright, University coming in. Both players. Clinker construction and ballistics all going to be very important. Now, Yo added in 1 fire ship. His ballistics is on the way for both, and both are still only on 1 TC. Notably, though, Yo doesn't have enough stone for another TC, whereas Andy does. Did Andy spend exactly 100 stone? It's possible. Feels so weird. You can play the thing. I love it. I love my Switch. I got on the Switch train very late, but like all the Switch games I played, I loved. Anyway, careening is coming in. Remember, do you need that extra Pierce armor? No clinker construction just yet. That's actually a lot of fire ships here. Andy is developing his, I think, better, more well-rounded late-game navy here. I mean, look at this, guys. This is, I think, going to be really good for Andy. He's still way ahead in the KD, and I don't really see Yo catching up here in the near future. Clinker construction's now in. They can make the fire ships even faster. 1.71 versus 1.43 move speed. That's like almost 0.3 faster. That's like basically the difference between a spearman and a conquistador. A game? Age of Empires 2. Like, seriously, guys, AoE 2 is literally the only strategy game I play much of. I mean, I have played, obviously, the rest of the Age of Empires franchise, and I played StarCraft for a long time. And I played the Warcraft, like, campaigns and a little bit of multiplayer. But other than that, it's really just AoE 2. Anyway, decisive fight here for Andy. Because, again, it's like, if I'm playing a strategy game, why could I just... you know... why not just play more AoE 2? It's, okay, I never played AoEO. Mix in some hulks? I don't even know if you need to. Anyway, this is like all Andy. Taking the good fights. He's made the switch into galleys sooner. And the fact that Yo was able to get up to Castle Age first was nice, but still at the end of the day, Andy got to Castle Age with his navy intact. He's fully defended here at home. And I don't see Yo taking the fights he needs to anytime soon. And we got the longboats in here as well. Again, maybe I'll do a video on how the new warship, or new unique warships interact with the existing ones, because I'm still not entirely sure. As far as I am not entirely sure. Again, I need to do more testing on how the unique warships interact. Well, the fire ships from Yo are starting to chase down the war galleys. No siphons. Actually, do Malians even get siphons? I don't even remember. Nope. They get none of the fire ship upgrades. I mean, the Malian Navy is very, very bad. And remember that you have an advantage as Vikings as the game goes on anyway, because, again, you're making more warships than you are buildings. Yes, I tend to agree, McNeely, that fire ship plus war galley seems to beat everything else. Camels instead of ships? I don't know. I mean, Yo's trying to get a second TC, but you're not going to take any efficient fights anytime soon. Really just seems to be the fundamental issue here for Mr. Yo. And no siphons for Malians really stings. Like, at least you'd be able to get that little bit of blast damage in it. We've seen siphons be very effective in terms of just getting that extra little bit of blast damage when the ships stack up, because, like, all the ships stack up to some degree. I will say, I do like siphons and incendiaries, how... And again, I like the logic behind it, where you have the galley line benefit from the archer attack upgrades, you have the Hulk line benefit from the forging attack upgrades, fires benefit from neither, so they get 2 upgrades at the university that basically fill a similar role. So I kind of like that design logic, for sure. But yeah, Malian Navy's still going to be absolutely awful in the late game. No shipwright. I guess you have both Drydock and Carvel Hull, surprisingly. But everything else is going to be so bad, man. I mean, Yo's trying. Like, he is really trying. I just don't see it. Andy himself is on 2 TCs, both run 59 bills. Andy's now ahead in resources, too. Not historical? It's a bit more Middle Ages accurate to have the Hulks than it is to have the ramming ships, although the ramming ships were there in the Middle Ages as well. I don't think... Like, you could replace Hulks with trirems, and it would look exactly the same. I'm going to college to build fire ships. Is like knight plus crossbow, and when you... yes, that's a good analogy. For sure. I don't see this for Yo, guys. Again, there's no real way that he's going to be able to get an edge in this game, because he has the worst navy. I mean, maybe if you could get really far ahead in economy, but you can't do that because you need to constantly spend all your resources making more ships because you keep on losing them. I mean, he's doing a reasonably good job not falling even further behind in the KD, but he's not getting any closer, if that makes sense. The delta isn't really decreasing at all. Still, credit to Yo for trying. He's really trying to make something happen. Because there's still a good aggressive naval civ. For a game, or rather a map that almost always ends by early Castle Age, this one just happened to not do so. And Andy still had the better early game plan anyway, in my opinion. And there's siphons coming in. Vikings do get siphons, although they don't get incendiaries. Although, to be fair, Andy, it's not like this is a waste of a Vikings pick. I mean, it's a best of 5. All maps are valuable. But remember, this is Vikings. It's Andy's #1 civ. Just how Andy last game probably thought he could squeak out a win with Romans as a low-tier pick, Malians are Yo's low-tier pick. I guess Turks are technically his lowest-tier pick, but, you know, it's pick number 5 versus pick number 1, which is the exact same dynamic as the previous game, where it was Yo's Japanese versus the Romans of Andy. I mean, like, there are situations where it's like, okay, this... You did, like, waste a good civ on a map where you already were going to have an advantage. All Hulks have 5 attack. The Hulk, War Hulk, and Karak all have 5 attack. The War Hulk has a faster reload time than the Feudal Age Hulk, but the Karak actually has 0 more DPS. Gun to 4, it's certainly something that could be considered for sure. ships before. Well, I mean, Vikings are supposed to be a very good naval civ. Anyway, this game is super turbo over. And remember, Vikings used to have demo ships, and now they don't have demo ships anymore. Get +2 attack? Yeah, basically. I mean, it's just like how Elite Plumed Archer and Elite War Wagon are both very good upgrades, even though neither actually increases the DPS of the unit whatsoever. You can increase things other than attack and still be a worthwhile upgrade. Elite Turtle Ship is the same as well. Andy isn't full-time in AoE, so it's really going to depend on how much time in Andy's personal life he has to practice. But clearly, he's doing very well right now, as he's about to be one game away from knocking Yo out of the tournament, which, again, would be a huge win. Why is Yo still playing? Excellent question. Very, very over. Decisive win for Andy. Like I said, he had the better civ and the better approach, and those two things together equal a win. Sometimes life is that simple. Yeah, guys, Malians have literally always been a top-tier hybrid civ. And this map that usually ends in Feudal Age to early Castle Age is very good for Malians. It's just a long rush distance, a bit of an anomaly. And the game just happened to go much longer. That said, I think that Yo going like all Hulks to start things off wasn't the best idea anyway. Yeah, Water Nomad was Yo's map. Whatever strategy he had just did not work, clearly. It's tough being a dog. Alright, guys. I'm gonna grab some coffee. Great Civ matchup here. All right. Oh, you're wondering by carpets? So, our house... So, carpeting was, like, very big in America during the housing boom, like, after World War II. So, like, when the suburbs were growing massively, as it was a very cheap way to get lots and lots and lots of flooring done. By the time I was growing up, things started changing back more into, you know, different, more permanent types of flooring, especially because, again, there was less new housing being built and more of, like, you know, refurbishing existing housing. So ever since I was in, like, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8, we had hardwood or laminate floors downstairs and carpeting upstairs, which makes sense, honestly, because you're walking around with, you know, barefoot upstairs or on socks, like, all the time. Whereas downstairs is when there's a lot much more traffic. But yeah, I'm from a suburb of Chicago. Where kids regularly faceplant? Yes, that also helps prevent injuries with small children. India? Well, yeah, I mean, I don't live where it's insanely hot. Every house in the night. Exactly. Now, it is I think, pretty uniquely American thing to wear shoes indoors. I can't stand it. It's, like, gross and tracks dirt everywhere, and, like, you should be well washed so that you're not, like, with super smelly feet all the time. Nice kill there for Andy. Very nice of him. But yes, it's something that, like, I don't do in my family and have never done, but yes, I do know other people also do it. All the time? Yeah, it's, my cousin, who's actually just getting married next week, her fiance's family also wears shoes inside, so she had to train her fiance to not wear shoes indoors. But it's all good because everybody loves them. Speaking of which, guys, I'm going to be gone next week. Combination Thanksgiving plus my cousin's wedding. Future wife? Oh, it's more like how my cousin was able to train her soon-to-be husband. Hopefully not, but again, I don't know. I think it is. I think it's just messed up, honestly. Like, why would you want to track extra dirt into the house? Now, what Americans don't really do much of is, like, house shoes or slippers in the house. Those are not super common. Usually, people just go around barefoot or in socks. Well, it's not a chicken or the egg situation. Again, you literally just clean the floors and then don't wear shoes. Like, personally, I always just go barefoot or wear socks. Like, I generally just prefer to go barefoot as much as possible. Anyway, Castle Age is on the way here for you. It's Turk Saracen, so classic Age of Kings Civ matchup here. And he did get the nice early kill. He's actually also slightly ahead in resources. He also got Yo's. Wait, what was the other thing Yo lost? No idea. Was it a scout? Oh, it might have been a scout cavalry. But yeah, this is all a great start here for Andy. If you... Oh, it was a fishing ship. Oh, yeah, you're right. Moral of the story. Andy's off to a great start in this game. That said, Yo's going to be faster up to Castle Age. He's going to have some light cav to help take map control, and I imagine he's going to be able to go to the side here. No, Yo is playing... Well, Yo is playing the Berbers as represented in El Cid 6. Or in Tours, where Berbers are for some reason portrayed as Turks. I believe the term you're looking for is also moon sailing. There you go. As in sailor mooning. Anyway, foraging coming in now for both players. Yo is in Lage des Chateaux, and he will be getting medium warships here in just a moment. But what I want to see is the extra TCs added, because winning water is a good thing. Don't get me wrong, especially when Andy, recognizing that Yo is going FC, also added in a lot of extra fishing ships. So Yo very much needs to fight for water. But you're not going to win this game going 1 TC. Not on this map. I don't think I've ever seen anybody win this map going 1 TC. So, it's going to be go time for Yo. Of course, the sea tower and the docks help out. And Andy's not too far away from Castle Age himself. He's 800 resources ahead. Yo time? Indeed. Indeed. Alright, Horse Collar and Town Watch incoming. No bow saw yet. Yeah, I'm getting extremely concerned for Yo that he's just not sniping the fish. Feels a little bit like game number 1 where Andy just had more fishing ships so much sooner. And Yo didn't add an extra TC super fast either, so I feel like this is just all sorts of not going well enough for him. And the light cav aren't doing anything useful right now. Defend him. Well, a few fishing ships were sniped, and Andy's having a bit of idle time, but Andy is also faster to add in a second town center. He's also going for war galleys. And, of course, the war galleys of Saracens have the faster reload time, which is always nice. It actually looks quite bad for Yo. And sure, you can shoo away the ships right now. You still have double the fishing ships right now as freaking Andy. Good vision there. Gonna make sure that his own fishing ships are safe. These light cav are just not doing anything. Andy is completely walled. They can't even sneak by under the TC. And yeah, Yo's building his own second TC, but he needs to find a way to get an advantage in this game, and I just don't see it. There's a third TC coming in here for freaking Andy as well. Remember, he's already 1,000 resources ahead. That's like over 10% more resources. YOLO Castle? I mean, it is seen occasionally. But why go YOLO when you can do something that is going to be more consistent? I mean, Saracens are like a perfectly fine civ. Trying to fast imp? If he is, he will almost certainly lose. I don't see any world in which you can push fast enough. Because your name is DauT? That's true. But not all of us can be DauT. Now, the one thing that Yo very much does have going for him is land map control. There's no way for Andy to go out and start placing TCs on the outside. And he doesn't even have access to that set of gold, so literally all Andy has is this 500 gold with which to work. Opponent 80% of the time? Well, that's most likely the case, yes. Oh, Andy has been using the market. Most important role in GL? What do you mean? Yo himself coming in with the market here. When they lose a game. Very important role. Okay, it gets one more fishing ship, but obviously this is woefully insufficient. Get it? Insufficient? Get it, guys? Get it? All right, coming out with the stable now. I feel like Andy's going to have a really good approach to take this. Make some scouts and some camels, and then just castle drop over here. I think I'd like that a lot. Didn't get it. Oh, man. Aren't other people casting this set? Oh my goodness, yes. Mem, Daniela, and T West are all casting this set, and you willfully chose to watch me cast it. Whose fault is that? Fourth TC coming in here from Yo. Yo also picking up one relic. Does Andy... Okay, Andy's just now getting his first monastery. Would I prefer have the monastery been a bit sooner? Yes, but it's fine. Okay, he's actually going to castle to the north. This is fine. No way this works, right? No. Rip. Yeah, okay, so I thought that he might go forward and just castle Yo on this side, but I think Andy probably just feels so comfortable in the game state right now. I mean, he sees the score lead. He knows he's in a good spot. He's got water control. He still has 11 fishing ships. He's got a nice fleet. Each workshop now coming in forward from Yo, but obviously, like, he's going to need to make something happen here. This resources collected difference is getting way too huge way too quickly. But yeah, just make sure that you're securing some gold income. You are literally about to be out right now as Andy, so this is very important to secure this right now. But it looks like he is going to be able to do this without too much issue. Honestly, not the best camel ever. Spanish is nothing left. Ah, yes. That's my favorite way of being a caster. Just the last possible default choice. It's really always been my niche in the AoE scene. Do I talk more than T-West? I don't know. I probably still do. I'm still probably a bit more of a traditional caster than T-West is. Oi! Oi! Yo! Pay attention! Got some monks over here. There is a mangonel on the way. Is you? Oh, so nice. Oh no! Oh guys, what does the spearman? The spearman doesn't know what to believe in. Making sure Red Bull stream. I'm afraid I don't have a plan. We'll just summon Ralph and hope for the best. Okay, Yo is on the way to Imp, guys. But I am absolutely going to be streaming Red Bull, for sure. I mean, last time I did it, you know, it's like I had my biggest stream ever. Alright, so here we are. Now, who's a better late game civ between Turks and Saracens with a lot of gold? I mean, that feels like it's not a question with one single answer. So, yeah, exactly. The Spearman just did not know who to believe. Especially because both Saracens and Turks are, by and large, Sunni Muslims. But you're still going to need to get a castle or something. Does Yo need to go back on water, though? As long as he's able to push on the land. Oh, this is nice. Just a random freaking Mameluke over here. Closest land event? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Go for it. Again, I love going to AoE land events. Some of the most fun I have ever had doing this job. Got some more camels coming in. Yo, likely just going to go with hand cannoneers as soon as he hits Imperial Age, as they are not countered by Mamelukes. Sort of. I mean, Mamelukes are still pretty efficient versus them. But of course, eco way better here for our orange player. What's a hard counter for Mamelukes? Mamelukes don't really have a hard counter. They're just very expensive to get going. I mean, yeah, the closest thing's definitely siege onagers. Mamelukes do not like dealing with siege onagers. Alright, guys, here we are. Hand cannons are on the way. Oh, yeah, Teutonic Knights. Yeah, those are definitely the biggest hard counter. No, mass skirmishers are terrible. Skirms don't deal any bonus damage to the Mamelukes anymore. Yeah, sorry, Bullet. I almost forgot the Teutonic Knights there for a second. Cataphracts are alright, yeah. My bad. I almost forgot the most famous counter to Mamelukes in AoE, too. Camels are a soft counter, yes, because remember, camels deal bonus damage to Mamelukes, but not vice versa. And my castle coming in over here. Siege Workshop is on its way, and Yo is going to basically need to push from two sides at once with a weaker eco. It's going to be tough. You still do have the bit of a momentum advantage here as Yo. It's not like over. But Andy very much feels like he is in a winning position. Yo seems tilted? I don't think Yo's tilted. I just think Andy's outplaying him. There is a difference. Another Siege Workshop coming in. Now, the thing is, Yo is in a worse spot economically compared to Andy, for sure. Does that mean Yo has a bad economy? I mean, he's on 106 villagers with good eco upgrades. Like, he's not that bad. Yes, this is the best of 5. Wait, Trebuchet, Conscription, and Artillery all queued up here for Yo. This castle is going to be a busy bumblebee, man. Phalangites? Nah, man. I freaking hate Phalangites. And I still need to go back and get that last achievement that I accidentally missed the last landing zone on. Like a freaking noob. Alright, the repairs are coming in, but more bombard cannons are on the way. Remember, Turks do produce them faster, which is just as important as any of their other bonuses at the moment. Conscription coming in. Artillery will be shortly after that. Now, the thing you cannot afford right now is Yo is losing a bombard cannon to a trebuchet rock. Which is difficult because it's a little bit random, but this is doing well for Yo. Artillery is going to be here in a moment. Yo absolutely still has a chance in this one. And look at this, guys. Now, you do have a bombard cannon out here for our Saracens player. Looks like this side has been repelled quite effectively. And the Mamelukes are coming in here from Andy. This is another good move for him. Yo's on 4 relics, by the way. Oh, some monks are also getting sniped by the hand cannoneers, and that castle is going down. I don't know, guys. Like, again, Andy, you still have to give him the benefit of the grass DauT. But this feels like it could be a way worse situation for Yo than it is. He is clawing his way back into this one. The bombard cannons are going to come in, and of course, once you start snowballing them, they take down buildings super fast. Of course, this is all of Andy's gold income if he gets pushed off of here. Yes, you have the Saracen to market to help you out, which is very helpful, but still, you'd rather just have the gold. And of course, the Turk hand cannoneers are going to have that extra HP over the Saracen ones. Also, can you just take a moment to appreciate that these are both really fun civs? That, like, actually have strengths and weaknesses. Overall, throwing that out there. It's not like we're watching Bengalis and Malay on this map. Admin loss? Yeah, something like that. This is just how Shoals works. Iron casting coming in. I'm not too sure what that's going to be for. I mean, Yo is banking up a decent amount of resources. Amron. Anyway, both players still have control of gold for the time being. Looks like the Mamelukes over here have actually been completely cleaned up by Yo. Looks like there's some cannon galleons out over here. And they were able to snipe the trebuchet. That's obviously quite nice here. Yes, Yo has gotten to late game. And although Andy is a very good late game player himself, Yo is a better late game player than literally everyone in the world except Hera and ACCM, maybe. I'd put 3 of them at the same level. I'd give the 3 of them like a 50-50 shot in any post-imp situation. Hoarding's coming in now here for Andy. Can he withstand this, though? He still has gold income, but it's obviously still under a lot of pressure because that can happen at any given time. Would love to... Oh, the Vils are here to repair. Again, that's a veteran move right there. Just making sure that the Vils are there with which to repair. Andy's doing a good job paying attention, though. This dock is still up. Yo doesn't even have masonry to make those docks harder to go down. Good bombard cannon hits there. And again, Yo's just keeping his bombard cannons alive. They have artillery. Ooh, the scores are getting closer. That's a great hit for Andy, though. Obviously, this is such a tricky position for both players. Oh, big hits on both sides. I think the light cab can make a bit of a difference. Like they both lost a bombard cannon. There is a trebuchet over here to help put some firepower onto the castle, but I don't know, guys. This castle's going to be under heavy threat. Yes, you have all the HP upgrades available to Saracens at this point. I love the repairs here as well. Again, this is some freaking high-level AoE, too, on both sides. Plate barding armor coming in. Of course, you're going to want to mix in some sort of fast raiding unit, a.k.a. the scout line. More reinforcements coming in. Andy still has a population lead, but it's mostly villagers. And, of course, it's just... You know, Turks have the better gunpowder units. It's what the Civ does. I mean, some good actual shots from both sides. This southern area also relatively peaceful, which is good for Yo. Yo wants to drag us to a game 5, that's for sure. What would game number 5 be on, by the way? It would be on, if I can find the thing, Aquarina, oh god. Both sidesing? There's some very good people on both sides. Blast Furnace coming in as well. Yo is actually going to have some fully upgraded Hussars here for Turks. Now, Andy himself is making his own Hussar switch, but again, Turks do this slightly better. You get the Hussar upgrades for free, and you get the extra Pierce Armor. Pierce Armor doesn't matter, of course, in Hussar v Hussar, but it does matter against the Castle Fire. You still have total water control as Andy, which does help. Of course, like, both players just have to be so freaking careful here. Andy also getting his own Hussar upgrades, but Yo's on 132 bills. Like, it's one of those situations where, yes, Andy has the better eco, but Yo's eco is still so strong that it doesn't really matter all that much. And looks, he didn't really have the castles to produce Fabulukes. This castle alone has already taken 13,000 damage. You're going to have to scooch up back a little bit, though. Andy has been slowly whittling away at the bombard cannon numbers, and he's going to get another one right there. And now the Saracen camels are going to come in. Again, leaning into the strengths of the civilization are both players. But look at this. Where did all those Hussars come from? They've all been chilling in here in the stables. Husbandry is about to be in. You're going to go for the quick walls here as best you can. But this does open up this castle to the fire from the 2 bombard cannons and the trebuchets. I mean, Yo is literally playing with his tournament life on the line, but look at his Hussars on the other side, and Yo probably isn't paying attention. Okay, now he realizes it, but those are going to be some hefty losses. That said, the bombard cannons here on this side are also going to be in trouble. Oh my goodness, guys, the scores are extremely close at the moment, but Yo is getting these kills here. He has a bit of an army lead, and of course, part of the army value of a freaking Andy is in war galleys right now, although they are about to be galleons. That castle is going to fall, and Andy is going to be off of gold. Again, Saracens can make not having a ton of gold income work, but Yo actually also picked up 5 relics in all of this. Like, in all of the hullabaloo this game, and a castle at the back as well for Yo, making sure he will not get raided to death, as he has no military production over here. So that castle is very important. There are going to be some hand cannons here. They are needed to help deal with these Hussars, but another defensive castle for Yo. Again, he is trying to eliminate all of his lost conditions. He is confident on this push on the side that he doesn't need another forward castle at the moment. And right now, things could be looking really tricky here for freaking Andy. Castle up here to the side. I mean, again, Andy knows what he needs to do. But Yo already going to have his own defensive castle. He could easily build a siege workshop over here. He's got plenty of resources. And I mean, yeah, these are Saracen camels. They are extremely good Yo gonna run past them, though, with his Hussars. Andy's Hussars, though, gonna be getting a lot of good value here as well. I mean, they're fully upgraded. Bombard Cannon's trying to help out versus the Hussars. I mean, anything you can do to help, right? All hands on deck here. Andy still has a population lead. Yo, he's starting to drop a fair few vills. 3 trebs queued up. That is a big old number. Andy, again, just trying to secure any kind of gold income he can. More than 1 relic. But Yo continuing to produce more units. Andy is ahead in overall KD, but Yo is far ahead in resources destroyed, which is why Yo looks like he has a better eco than he does. It's because he's been taking efficient fights. Still 2 trebuchets over here, and a 3rd one is halfway done, so that's actually very nice here from Andy. Again, just trying to make this work here to the south, where Yo's army isn't, or at least not the bulk of his army. And Yo, again, dragging Andy's attention. Look at all these vills being dragged over here down to the south. Just everything that Andy's doing is running away from this northern side as he's just recognizing, I can't stop Yo's push over here, so let's just try and push over here because we need to secure some gold income and need to do so soon. Both castles getting low. This one is going to go down. Oh, Siege Engineers also came in from Andy at some point. Very nicely done. No counterweights, unfortunately. Yep, Yo is adding a TC here to the north. There's still plenty of gold to take, although you do have to be careful about all these warships, because again, Andy never let go of control of water, even though Yo has at various points tried to retake it. And that's all just good map awareness. Meanwhile, the Galleons are tying to Hussars, as, you know, as happens. Normal things right there. And Andy is, like, kinda, sort of getting safer over here, but that is not exactly the situation you want to be in. Andy's still 50 population ahead, and it's all villagers. Again, how much does this matter if Yo is still able to produce the units he needs and is still able to take good fights? It doesn't matter. I'll answer that question for you. Fortified wall coming in here. You can see... Wait, why isn't that wall segment being built? Okay. I was like, if Andy, like, had a bunch of units run in there for some stupid reason, that would suck. But no, it's all good. Yo is also kind of starting to run out of resources. It's not like his gold income is insane. He doesn't have enough villagers over here because he just built the TC there. And this gold income has obviously been heavily disrupted. And he's also trying to strip mine that stone just, again, get any sort of extra valuable resource he can at the moment. And Yo still trying to make this push happen. It's down to both players to sort of balance which side of the map they can push on. Where are the bombard cans? Okay, yeah, here they are. They are going to be making this big old push here through the fortified wall, and obviously that is successful. And Andy still has plenty of vills over here. He only has 1 castle. Yo, for his part's on 4. Still some hand cannoneers. More camels coming in. I mean, that's a lot of Saracen camels with full upgrades. No elite cannon galleon, just the regular ones, by the way. But now the Hussars are coming in to do some raiding. The one thing Yo hasn't really been able to do is match Andy in terms of villager count. I mean, he's been able to take good fights, but still, Andy's been able to just have that resources lead for literally the whole game. And Andy taking a much-needed good fight here to the south. All the trebuchets are getting cleaned up. And Andy's going to try and add in an extra TC here. He's going to have 51 vills on gold. Yes, that is a lot of vills on gold. Got some Janissaries here as well. They're just going to be an even better all-rounder unit if you can get that elite upgrade. Andy's 1 relic also going to get ejected there. Heavy warships coming in through. And look, he's found that angle. He's found, like, that one spot where Andy wasn't paying a ton of attention. He basically has a cannon galleon auto-attacking that dock. But Yo is going to try and take this opportunity here to start to claw his way back here on the water. And look at this castle here for both players. Scores are still neck and neck, guys. I don't know. Who are you favoring at this point? I mean, in a series that's had, you know, mostly very good games, this is definitely the best one so far here. We have a nice blob here of gunpowder units, but that's just so many Saracen camels. I think this should be a big old cleanup, as obviously the Hussars are going to get butchered by the Saracen camels, and Andy's cleaning up literally on all fronts. Yo's had only 130 population. He's got 0 wood. Why does he have 0 wood? I guess this Hussar raid is a good example as to why, and Yo is starting to fall off. Andy's back with, like, a tiny bit of gold income. Yo is really running out of resources, though. Andy does have a positive KD, which is wild, all things considered. No, Andy, you're not going to lose this castle, right? That would be ridiculous if you lost the castle for free. Right, Andy? Andy wouldn't lose a castle for free like this, would he? Right. Right. Okay. Whew. And now the Trebs are queued up here. Yo needs to just stabilize like crazy at the moment. He's lost so much economy. All of the docks have fallen. Wow. Uh-oh, and this castle's going to go down. You have siege engineers for the trebuchets. Have cannon galleons doing cannon galleon things, and Yo's running out of population now. Both of his sides have been stalled by Andy, as Yo's just not been able to take water, as Andy's been so diligent about making sure Yo doesn't do exactly that. That said, Yo isn't dead. Yo still has gold income, and not really going to be losing many more villagers over here at the very least. As Andy's, like, literally had just enough gold income this entire time. And Yo is clawing his way back in terms of population. He stopped the overall bleeding, the hemorrhaging of his villagers. He still has okay resources. You do have to be careful here in case Andy gets elite cannon galley. You need to bring those relics back, so nice touch there from Mr. Yo. Ignore water and wind. He's going to need to try. Andy really should go ahead and take down that monastery, and that looks to be exactly what he's doing, so great job there. But Yo is actually still losing even a few more vills to the south, and Yo is just having such a hard time replenishing them because he's only on 2 TCs at the moment. Andy, almost 8k army value, as Yo is still struggling to get that population higher. And yeah, Yo's also going to only be on 3 relics, and Andy's going to take 2 of them. Don't have fletching? Yeah, Yo's castles have literally no attack upgrades. And I think just has way more... Yeah, Andy, 47 text research to 32. Andy is very far ahead in both food and wood. Yo with more gold and stone. But look at this population plummet here for Yo, trying to get back on the water, and it just did not work. And now Andy's going to try and switch into CA. Yo only on 98 villagers, and he doesn't really have anything to deal with all these camels at the moment. You kind of just want elite janissaries, but it's not like you have the resources for elite janissaries right now, as Mr. Yo. But it's not like Yo's about to give up with his tournament life on the line. He's immediately deleting all those docks. 4 hussars coming in, but Yo just doesn't have anything to really kill all this. HCA coming in too, and that is going to be a huge one here for freaking Andy. He's got gold income. He's going to be on 3 relics himself in just a moment. And this is, again, more villagers to be killed. Andy on 145 villagers killed. Faster here for Yo. Again, he's just... He needs more TCs, honestly. He's got the resources for it. Just add more TCs. He's trying to get more farms established. But, I mean, how many villager kills on this blob? 15? More siege workshops on the side, but this is just allowing Andy to stabilize. He's on 200 population to 113. But yes, Yo's castles have been far less efficient than they should have been because Yo just doesn't have all the upgrades he needs. Because, again, he's been behind in resources literally the entire game. I mean, I guess good. Isn't this open? I'm pretty sure that's open. Whatever. Pushing with siege, I don't disagree with that. Yo is indeed trying to add more TC, so obviously Yo is identifying the problem, but I just don't think Andy's giving him enough time. Andy with this push to the south as he was collapsing from the north, but also slowing down Yo's push over there as well. And Yo taps out Andy with a 3-1 win over Mr. Yo. Super impressive performance from him. Wow. I mean, for a second, it looked like Yo was absolutely clawing his way back, but then Andy just took a huge fight, and Yo could never truly recover from it. And Andy so much more food and wind. Like, the actual booming from Andy was a lot better. And look at this, guys. Way more fleshed out of a tech tree. What a sick, sick game to end that one on. Just over an hour game time. Wow. Great performance there from Andy. And down goes Yo, our first top 4 player to be eliminated from the tournament. See if there will be any more upsets. Could not counter the camels. Not once the hand cannon numbers were heavily diminished. But it's like, It was so close. I'll also dash left at some point. Because Andy had just enough gold and the Saracen market. Interesting stuff. All right, guys. So, what's next? Is DauT versus Hera now? Yes, in theory. They're not in-game yet. But let's update the title of the stream. Get all this stuff set up here. Really, really impressive performance, though, from freaking Andy. I think Yo honestly just kind of struggled to keep up, especially in the economy with Andy in several of the games. Right. That is all set up. Get to the drafts, get that set up. Okay, looks like they haven't even started the drafts yet, so yes, we do have time for a gritty. Okay, I actually deleted the other draft, whatever. Whew, that was a fun one, guys. And it's going to be a fun one coming up. Okay, I'm curious as to what this spoiler is. So, does not start with the scout cavalry, has a unique tech affecting infantry, has access to Hussar, has a unique unit that deals melee damage. Misses redemption and hand cannons, does not have access to herbal medicine, dude. Now, very few civs miss herbal medicine. Top middle? Yeah, I mean, I think they're literally the only answer. It does not start with the scout cavalry. So this would be Mayans and this one, the Aztecs. This is redemption and hand cannons. Unit tech affecting infantry. We can put Vikings here. Has access to Hussar, misses both redemption and hand cannons. Mongols. And has unique unit that deals melee damage. No, Bulgarians have redemption. They don't have sanctity. We already did Huns. No, Malay have redemption. Yeah, Ketons work. All right, what is this case? Teutons are a very specific and interesting case. After meticulous testing, we have determined crenellation is a unique tech that directly affects Teuton infantry, even from inside allied defensive structures. Yes. Well, it's an effect that affects both, or it's a tech that affects both infantry and castles. Yeah. Obviously, choices are very limited here. Choices are pretty limited here. These have a lot of options. I mean, I knew there would be a bunch of civs over here. I just, it requires just thinking of one off the top of your head. No, Malay do not have hand cannoneers. By the way, this is this post from Age of Kings Heaven is ripped from the forums, which is where I got some of my info. And these GameSpot deals, are like interviews, were also where I got some of my interview stuff for History of the Civs. For Age of Conquerors. All right, looks like we have the maps drafted. We're getting immersion as game number 1 because we always have immersion. Always and forever with immersion. Anyway, we can just do yesterday's grid since we haven't done them in a little while. All right. So, collection rate bonus for villagers, does not have access to bloodlines, has a team bonus that gives additional line of sight, and has blast furnace. Can go above 200 units in a standard game without conversions, and Civ has green. Why no Hera? I mean, Hera just, they're still drafting. Okay, this can be Celts. Line of sight bonus. Bonus? I guess that's an implied bonus? That's weird. Yeah, Frank's work. Actually, let's swap it. Alright. Let's just stick to AOC civs, man, as much as we can. I can go above 200 population in a standard game without versions. Play? And this can just be Goths. Bengalis don't give extra line of sight. Georgians don't give extra line of sight. Who else gets over 200 population? But Bengalis and Georgians also all have bloodlines. So then we need to find a civ that doesn't have bloodlines, so I still need to think of another civ. Sicilians? Oh yeah, Sicilians does work. Yeah, Sicilians. Good call. Good one, good one. Civ emblem has green, no bloodlines. This can be the shoe. Team bonus that gives additional line of sight. Urchins has green on it. And has access to blast furnace. Perks. Yeah, that middle one was tricky. Yeah, it's literally just Sicilians. His left one has to be as Malay, rather. Also, this one has to be Jurchens. Or Shu, I guess, but yeah, we use Shu elsewhere.
All right, hopefully we are now done with the Civ draft. Well, we're almost done with the Civ draft. Almost. My favorite food? I mean, I like lots of food, man. I mean, if I had to have, like, you know, one dish, it'd probably just be pizza. But I mean, I'm pretty pro food in general. Patched? Yes. They actually did surprisingly patch that out. House chance to win versus Hera? Oh boy, that's probably not very good. Anyway, the draft is now done. Wei are definitely a bit of an interesting pick. Everything for Hera makes tons of sense. But actually going with all three Free Kingdom civs. 19% feels way too high. Even on these settings. Do I like deep dish pizza? I like having deep dish pizza like once or twice a year in winter. Takeaways from the ship changes? Like I've said, my biggest takeaways are, I mean, are Hulks overtuned? Yeah, probably. At least in early game, they're actually still kind of bad in late game. But my biggest takeaway is that none of the main issues have been solved with water. Which again, my two biggest issues with water is one, that early fishing is way too good. And two is that you have so many maps that galleys are non-viable. Like Immersion, that we're going to be seeing first. Which just leads to it being only Hulks. And demos, if demos get buffed. But yeah, demos are not the greatest. Down to 4.9% chance in a best of 5 Hera is 80%. Yeah, that seems pretty fair. I think that makes sense. All right, they are. Well, Hera's in the lobby. Fishing, yeah, I mean, definitely early water rushing is less good depending on the map, but like, you still have maps where fishing, you still want to go super fast. 85 wood? I don't know. It feels like it's literally always going to be worth it so long as you have that extra eco production building in early game. Chatting with the girls, you know me. Definitely not reading Borderlands patch notes. It doesn't tell us how my hot date weekend. I already told you guys at that point. It was rough, man. I drive 7 hours to meet this girl, and take her on. I pay for a hotel, take her on some fun activities, and she's like, yeah, you're not real. You're in person, like online and video chatting. You give this very mature vibe with someone who knows exactly what they want, and in person, you're just a bit more shy and awkward, and not macho enough. Which is like, oh geez, the fragile ego of Ornlu was that was a big hit, and I hear these guys not starting the game, man. It's literally 30 minutes past the scheduled start date or start time. Well, dating opportunities are pretty scarce, and we were talking like every single day for 3 weeks and voice chatted a few times, so it's like, you know what? Might as well just see if something's there, right? Try and make something happen. The funny thing is, like, we didn't know it at the time, but she came back to Chicago on the 17th, so, like, she would be back in Chicago in, like, a week and a half after I went down to Lexington. But I'd never been to Lexington before, and I really, really like Lexington, so it was at least a fun trip, and I got to do some stuff I didn't ever get to do before. Stream AoE 2? No. I want to keep the old... I mean, like, I'm not going to lie to people when they ask what I do, if we're already talking, but I'd rather just keep my my work life and personal life a bit separate until I know and trust somebody. I ripped, if only. Alright, now they're in the lobby. On fishing ships? Does it? You mean with oysters? I don't think it does, because I think it's specifically gold mines. Last 10% longer or whatever, or gold miners are 10% more efficient. Best of luck, thanks. But yeah, I hadn't gone horseback riding in a long, long time, like since I was a little kid, and I got to do that and walk around Lexington and have some yummy food, so that was nice. Here you can see me with a horse. His name was Winner. Although this horse decided to bite me, not because the horse was like unhappy or whatever, but because he wanted to eat my jacket. All right, 2 minutes and we'll be getting into immersion. No, it's so crazy though, because there was a whole, like, at the Museum of the Horse, there was an entire section to Umamasume. It was wild, because apparently the owner of Umamasume is like a big like investor or whatever into horses. Yeah, like, again, this is like they had an entire Umamasume section in the museum, and it was like a really good museum too. I'm like, oh my god, the anime girls will never escape. Review sounds like getting turned down for a job interview. It really did sound like that. And both Ellie and Debbie did say... Here, sorry, just reset my webcam there. Both Ellie and Debbie did say that, yeah, it's going to be not attractive to girls that you're not as experienced.
Tasty
like,
jacket.
Well, what am I supposed to do, man? Anyway, Senchano Kancho, thank you so much for the 2 months. But it's like, what am I, Like, I still showed her a good time, and it's not like I was just, like, sitting there not being able to talk or do anything. It's just, you know, I'm going to be a little bit awkward meeting somebody for the first time. Right? Especially if I'm in a completely different situation than what I'm used to. Also, I forgot to set up the scoreboard ahead of time. Whenever I'm waiting a long time for a match to start, I always forget to do it because I'm so looking forward to, like, okay, let's just get this over with and get back into the series. Anyway, we are here on Immersion. We will have Hera in the blue as the Malians to the southwest and to the northeast. In the red, it will be DauT as DauT. It wasn't her hometown either. She was literally just there for like a month and a half. So it was kind of like a, you know, newer experience for both of us. But like, for a pause soon to keep talking dating. What annoyed me though is like she's like, yeah, you know, I had a guy fly out from Dubai to take me to a place in Michigan before. And, like, we didn't even do anything. It was just, you know, his, you know, taking me on a nice trip. And it's like, really? I'm sorry I'm not able to fly out halfway across the world to take you on a trip. Yeah, I know. And she was like, yeah, my last relationship wasn't really a relationship. It was a guy who I wasn't into at first, but then when I learned that he was married, I was suddenly into him because it was like I wasn't supposed to be with him, so I kind of had an affair with him. It's like, oh my god. Uh-huh. I know it was definitely not something that, you know, I want in the long run, but it's like I still really enjoy talking to this person. Know what I want? I guess, yeah. But it's like, you know, it's so hard to find even like someone that you find interesting enough to talk to for long periods of times. But it's like, you know. Yeah, I mean, I know it's like, it was definitely not something that was going to work out. Married woman? Is that a thing? Meeting? Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, it's like, you know, we enjoyed each other's company and all that, but it was just, it was a tricky one, right, guys? Because you do spend, you know, a few weeks talking, you know, most of the days. And it's like, you know, you really do start to form a genuine connection with somebody. And then, like, you know, you spend all the time and energy to go to meet someone and you think something's going to go really well, and then it just kind of doesn't. She revealed her whole family were Trump fanatics. Well, you're not dating her family. Like, you can't control somebody's family. But if she herself was a Trump fanatic, then yeah, that would be, you know, I couldn't do that. Oh, including her? Okay, yeah, then that's a big old red flag. Anyway, guys, DauT's on his way up to Feudal Age. There will be in a moment. A little bit of idle time, but it's fine. He's fine. Red hat? That too. Red flag, red hat. All that. Hera does have one extra fishing ship out a little bit sooner. Malians are going to be having a stronger early game economy. And to be honest, I don't really know why Wei on this map. What actually is the point of Wei on this map? A wedding band? Yeah, seriously. What? Like, Malians have the wood savings early on, you got a good men-at-arm rush, and you just have such a smooth early economy, and you can play that land or water style really effectively. Wait, OP? I don't think so. I mean, they have a good solid overall economy, but they're still not going to be as fast of a civ as the Malians are in this situation. And a little bit of a pause. Pause, Reno. Or Wu. Wu are the very strong hybrids. Like, Wu are a top tier civ on this map.
Yes.
Got it in the US when she was a joke. I mean, maybe that's true, but that's still pretty weird. Don't buy cross the bigot line. Oh my god. Well, Feudal Age is on the way for both, but DauT's going to be going with the Archer opening, Hera with the Men-at-Arms opening, and we've been seeing the Men-at-Arms be very effective in this tournament. It was probably less weird if it was for his second term. Yeah. Getting ads, oh no. Yeah, the Twitch ads are really unfortunate. But it's, I don't know, the whole streaming business model seems completely boring. I hope you enjoyed that commentary, guys. I really hope you, I really think that was about the most high-tier analysis as humanly possible. Anyway, DauT does save a villager there, but this is obviously something of an early disaster for him. He doesn't even have any warships either. I mean, he's with the dock here in the middle. Hera is happily docking on the outside. Got 6 fishing ships and more coming. Like, Hera's eco is going to be ginormous. This is so bad for DauT. Missing the tile of wall, yep. Murlocs? No, that'd be... I speak fluent Murloc. Well, I mean, the 2 vills and the idle time together, right? They're both a disaster for DauT, especially because it's in the context of your opponent is also taking the opportunity to safely fish boom. So that's like 3 strikes against you. First the idle time, then the villagers lost, then the opportunity lost to fish boom behind it in the same way that Hera's been able to do here on the outside with, again, 0 pressure whatsoever. Like, this game is realistically already over. From those 3 things all happening at once. Unfortunately. Like, DauT's already 6 bills behind. He's not set up to apply any pressure. Hera already has a defensive tower and defensive skirmishers. And again, like, 11 fishing ships to 4. Then Ornlu in Dubai? I have never been to Dubai. Ellie flew through Abu Dhabi on her trip to Thailand. Where she is right now. I mean, I guess there's a galley for DauT. I mean, having the middle pond is nice. Hera's actually going to be coming forward as himself over here to the other side of the map. Post-imp Hera, very true. But is DauT really going to be better than early game Hera either? Because of Garfield? What? Ah, yes, the old market rush strat. Great stuff. Anyway, DauT is not in a position to do anything right now. Garfield? I literally never read Garfield. I was a Calvin and Hobbes kind of guy as a kid. Wei is the great comeback civ. I mean, you could be very efficient with your Shenbei raiders for sure. Oh, thank you, Easy McCheesy. I appreciate it. I do what I can. I've been doing this for a while. Know about Garfield? Well, I guess I'm not as well versed in lore as you are, Behelito. Yeah, I mean, I hate to be a Debbie Downer, guys, but this is literally the exact recipe for Hera wins the game in early Feudal Age, and then it just kind of happens. It kind of keeps on going on. John Bay Raider. Well, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I don't speak Chinese. I thought it was Xianbei. Yeah, but the issue is that if you're DauT, you're not getting up to Castle Age faster because you fell so far behind in fishing ship numbers. I mean, DauT is only behind by 4 fishing ships right now? Wait a minute, what the heck is Hera even doing? This man is literally forward docking and then just adding in more fishing ships. What the heck? Like, what is even happening? Stable coming in, sure, whatever. Like John Bay Raider? Ah, oh, okay, yes. I try to pronounce stuff correctly unless it's so unintuitive from what it would look like in English that even though I know it's wrong, or I guess not, like, proper, I'll pronounce it wrong. Like, I say Khmer instead of Khmer, because, again, it looks like Khmer, and it's less confusing to native English speakers if I say Khmer. Even non-native English speakers. I know it's Gurjars and not Gurjaras. I mean, I tried Gurjars for a while, but then I think people were just like, Ornlu, what the heck are you saying? So, Gurjaras, it's just so much more easily understandable. That said, the Chinese units are all generally pretty phonetic. Anyway, medium warships, forging coming in. Sure, why not? Jaras make those tires? What? Is it hitting my toe? Rip. You know, I know it's like Shrivamsha Rider instead of Shrivamsha Rider. But again, Shrivamsha Rider is phonetic. Guys, have I ever mentioned that this game is like 50 Shades of Over? I mean, this is like a cute little counterattack for sure, but perfect defense from Hera. I actually lost one bill. Big noob. Oh, 0 out of 10. Hera's cooked. Three out of 10. Gujaras, but Gujaras doesn't sound like Goodyear at all. Like in the slightest. Guys, this game is so one-sided. Is what? Well, I mean, people are saying it's not an S-tier tournament. Is Hera gonna lose? But Hera is not struggling in the slightest. We have some Guancav here. Hera's, look at this KD, guys. DauT has 8 fishing ships. Hera's on 19. Again, he's just fishing all around the extremities of the map. He will actually need one more dock, to be fair, over here. Hera just buying the stone for another town center. Sure, why not? Yep. Now gonna dive bomb the mangonels, I guess, but it's gonna be costly. Either player has husbandry, to be fair. There aren't any vills underneath the TC, so Hera can actually just keep on pursuing these units. And obviously he sees that. Even as a vill coming forward, man. Okay, this is actually very nice from DauT. Okay, this is a very legitimate slip-up from Hera. I mean, I don't think it's anywhere near enough, but this is certainly Hera actually losing track of DauT's army. I mean, I've seen Hera play close to a perfect game of AoE 2, but it's not like he plays a perfect game of AoE 2 every single game. But like I said, Hera's still way too far ahead. Yeah, they really do have a high projectile arch. It's like the opposite of composite bowmen. Do Kipchoks have that same arc? I feel like the Kipchok arc isn't that high. But longbowmen don't have that high of an arc either. Yeah, a little weird. By the way, guys, the game's still super over. In case you're wondering. In case you just, you know, wanted to vibe check on the game. Also, that is Way only ever got one eco upgrade. I still don't really get Way on this map, to be honest. Third TC coming in here for Hera. Not that it was like a civ loss or anything. Hera just played a lot better than DauT. Again, men-at-arm. Kills 2 vills, causes a bunch of idle time, and Hera goes double dock fish boom, and DauT doesn't add in any more fishing ships. Hera does lose track of that mangonel there. Like, there are little things that DauT is doing well, but as is so often the case when playing against Hera, it doesn't matter if you do little things well if Hera just has 10,000 more resources than you. I mean, in this case, it's 4,400 more resources, but still. An Aquarina, but they still have a really lousy navy. I don't think it was really improved all that much. Yeah, you don't have either of the fire ship upgrades. You don't have dry dock. Or shipwright, of course. Or heavy demo ship. That's kind of weird that the YouTube command just goes with the live stream and not my actual most recent video. Although speaking of which, guys, again, I did spend a lot of yesterday making sure that I finished the script for my History of the Civs Age of Conquerors edition, so hopefully I'll have that done by the end of the weekend. Obviously, I'll also be streaming, so it's kind of hard to say exactly how much I'll be able to work on it, but I would like to get it done by Sunday. And then I'll have that out before I go into Thanksgiving, and then when I get back from Thanksgiving, I need to start working on State of the Civs. It's gonna be so scary. I've got 50 Civs to talk about. I mean, if I spend 3 minutes a civ, that's still 150 minutes. That's over 2 hours. It's 2.5 hours of script I need to write. And I will probably spend, on average, maybe a little longer than 3 minutes a civ. Oh, man. But you guys enjoy those State of the Civs, and I kind of like that I do them. So I'm going to say it's still worth covering all of the civs, even if there isn't as much of an update. Like, realistically, some of the civs I can probably do in, like, 2 minutes, but I think you guys get the idea that it's still a lot of work. When you're done weekly matchup post, I mean, I haven't done those for years. Anyway, thank goodness that game is over. Holy cow, was that one-sided. 2.5 minutes? I could say the civ's name. And probably, like, good or bad. Man, was that game over in 10 minutes, and then it just kind of happened to go on for a while. Watching Hera play is like watching the Eagles and the Broncos this season. Like, you know they're good, you know they're probably going to go very far, but man, is it not the most compelling viewing. All right, Akbarina is going to be next. So let's see what DauT has in store here. Yes, DauT absolutely managed a miraculous comeback. It was a thing, I promise. Minute 15. Was Viper this dominant? Yes. Very much so. I mean, it was a different type of dominance, though, because Viper would just, like, derp around and do, like, silly strats or play super greedy and just get away with it. At least a lot of the time, not all the time.
I enjoyed it more before Hera when everything.
Yeah. I mean, there was, like, this time in, like, 2021, I think, when it was actually, like, really competitive, but across a bunch of different players, and that was awesome. But then, you know, the Hera dominance took over. Yeah, Viper basically just, you know, was freestyling it a lot. Whereas Hera basically does, you know, something very similar almost every game. Just get that early eco advantage, have a more efficient early game, then play defensively, and then just, you know, check off any potential lose condition. I mean, Hera will do that occasionally, but not very often. Fully, and I don't know if Viper's ever going to come back fully. I don't know if he has the drive in him. By greeting? Yeah, you could say that was a difference. Hera either has early pressure or, like, a completely immaculate early build to get an early advantage, whereas Viper just went super greedy. Impressive? Absolutely. But the Hera and Viper eras were very different, so I don't really think you can say, like, oh, this person's was more impressive than the other. It's just AoE is in a very different spot now than it was back then. Needs to be nerfed. The issue is that Hera's put so much time into AoE and continues to put so much time into AoE that nobody else is going to catch up anytime soon, because he's already starting from a position of being super far ahead. Karpov and Kasparov. Well, Kasparov is clearly better because he has more letters in his name. Lewis will overtake Hera. But again, Lewis would need to be investing even more time into AoE than Hera is right now, which I don't really think is the case. Our twins. Oh, they're chess grandmasters? By the father debuff? The father debuff or the health issues debuff? Surpass him? Again, like, I think that would require Hera choosing to spend less time grinding to be the very best AoE player that no one ever was. It only works if somebody is just so inherently talented that they could match Hera without investing as much time as Hera. And there are very few people who just have that raw talent. Leary is one of them, and Viper in his prime was another one of them that they could do so well without needing to, like, grind specific gameplay aspects as much. Although they very much did do that. I'm not saying that, like, oh, they just show up completely unprepared. How many more S tier? Well, it depends on how many S tiers there are, right? I mean, I would expect Hera to be dominant and win everything for at least another other few years. At the very least. And again, Hera's... Unless somebody shows up completely out of the blue, Hera's not winning every tournament is likely going to come from Hera choosing to not dump as much time into AoE and grinding than somebody else just completely overtaking him. Resources? I think that it's both. I think that you still... The fact that Viper was still able to be as successful as he was, and the fact that Viper could also switch into, like, any game mode, he could switch into AoE 4 and have immediate success there. He could switch into deathmatch and have immediate success there. I think that really does show his actual raw talent. Lose at least one? Probably. Although the thing with Hera is that it's not like Hera is, like, literally styling on everybody. At least not against the tippy top players. He's just, like, 10 to 15% better in most aspects. But I just... You know, you sort of have... Viper, Yo, Tato, ACCM, who I don't think are, you know, they're all on the older side for an AoE pro. So I don't know if they can quite keep up with Hera, especially over time. Oh, hey! Ludicrous Man with the 76 months. Hey! Thank you, thank you. In a 5 winning one series? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, it's not like saying, oh, no one else ever has a chance to beat Hera. I mean, Hera has come close to losing, but he's always pulled it out when he's needed to. Which shows a great deal of mental resilience, which is something that's very much needed to be a top player in any discipline. Anyway, Hera seems to have a very nice build here. I literally have said nothing about the game. Time? Yep. And in fact, he hasn't won an A tier in a very long time. But that just goes to show, what that really shows is that Hera's preparation is top-notch. So that if he isn't preparing, he's not going to look as dominant, but Hera's never really just been clowned on in any tournament. Bright Lights Merchant? Yeah. Anyway, Hera's on his way up to Feudal Age, 43 population. We'll have to see if this is going to be for a fast imp or anything like that. The random patch really big. I do think that KOTD tends to produce closer results because Hera's preparation is the least advantageous for him on Arabia. It's not that Hera isn't better on Arabia, but this was the exact same case during Viper's dominance, where because everyone else was also so comfortable on Arabia, it naturally makes things a lot closer. Me weak? Well, yeah, I mean, it was when Hera, like... It's when he really started to become, like, a super big streamer, especially when T90 and Viper made the move to Facebook, so Hera was, like, already by default one of, if not the largest streamer left, and he just put so much time and energy into growing his stream and his YouTube channel, which also helped him in terms of preparation, which he also invested a ton of time into, so he saw his opportunity and took it, for sure. Can switch to LoL? Don't think that's going to be the case. Word? Yeah, that sounds like. If Facebook gave Hera more money? I mean, who knows? We don't know all the details of all of the deals or whatever, but Hera still could have technically lost money by not doing the Facebook deal. Far more competitive game. Yeah, I mean, Hera and any of the top players in the AoE scene benefit from the fact that you don't have a bunch of Korean teenagers grinding it like for 12 hours a day in a rigorous team setting. Anyway, nice early kill there from Hera as well. He's on his way up to Castle Age. Just seems to be a bit of a faster build than what DauT's doing. Armenians do have the better late game navy than Japanese. Remember, Japanese don't have any of the fire ship upgrades. It's kind of weird that they made Japanese not quite as good of a water civ. 9 times. Yeah, I mean, it is pretty wild, but I think it might also just be a mental block for Leary at this point. Last time I went clubbing? I mean, I go clubbing every day, man. You know me out there with the hose and the club. But I mean, I think the map looks nice. I just don't know why it has the random Greek stuff. Like, why does it have the Greek ships, the Greek army tents? Like, I don't know why it uses the, you know, the ancient Greek style. I guess eye candy. I don't think I was actually using it seriously to describe somebody. In late game, you already see Hera's eco advantage. Do you see the timing advantage that Hera has? With your 2 friends from the barracks, there you go. Thalassocracy? Oh, the Thalassocracy is a Greek word, but it's not something that is inherently Greek. Although it does describe Athens. But I mean, Thalassocracy is a Malay tech, because Thalassocracy also is very accurate to describe Srivijaya. British Empire? Well, it's kind of both. It was a thalassocracy, and also it was actually controlling land and the resources that was extracted from it. Like, especially, like, the Portuguese and Dutch empires, I think, were also, like, very much so, like, just thalassocracies, especially for a very long time. Although they also had, you know, regular colonial empires too. Anyway, this is going to be a good fight for Hera. Lobbers a bunch of galleys right there with the War Hulks. Because, again, Hera's been up faster. Hera's on his way to Imp already. Yes, Genoa and Venice are also good examples of thalassocracies. These Hulks, again, the Hulks are the melee ships. As the rest, I think that Hulks are a little hard to tell apart from regular galleys. Like early game. Late game, the war galleys and galleons are much larger, and that's a lot clearer, but I think in early game, it's a little hard to tell war hulks from galleys. US Empire? Very much so. Hulks, they're hooks. What's a thalassocracy? A thalassocracy is specifically a rule by the ocean. So basically a trade empire where controlling important sea routes and trading lanes basically is what gives you your wealth and power. As opposed to controlling... It's controlling the movement of goods and people as opposed to the production of goods and people. And of course, historically also means that you have a top-tier navy, which also contributes to the fact that you can control those sorts of things. Yep, like the Phoenicians. Another good example. I mean, guys, I hate to say it, but DauT is doing everything like 10% slower and worse than what Hera's doing. Which doesn't mean that DauT's playing poorly, it's just he's playing around 10% worse than Hera in every way. if he's going to win this, it's just by the fact that Armenians are a better late-game Navy Civ than our Japanese. Panama? Well, Panama didn't actually get control of the Panama Canal until, like, 20 years ago, so... It's a work in progress for them. DauT is more than 10% taller than Hera. Hera's not super tall, and DauT is very tall. Well, Hera was able to break in here. There is Karak now in. Still doesn't have Blast Furnace. Remember, Karak doesn't actually add in any more damage. It's a little weird like that. Thalassocracy. But, I mean, places like Panama and Egypt don't have very strong navies to, like, completely conquer the coastline, so that kind of supports the not Thalassocracy idea. Anyway, Hera did get some kills there, but DauT did at least stave Hera off in the short run. But yeah, Hera's going to need to switch into some fire ships. But like I said, no incendiaries or siphons for Hera does mean the fire ships are going to be quite a bit worse for Japanese in the long run. But Hera still has a huge eco lead, and he's almost certainly just fine still. Honestly, I feel like, yeah, do you want to go into a galley war against Armenians? Not really. But I think if Hera just said, you know what, my eco is so much better that I'm just going to go for galleons and just do that better than you, especially with the eco advantage I have early on, I think Hera still wins this. To control the Suez Canal, yeah. Oh, we got Carvel Hull. Anyway, fire ships are going to be mixed in here, but still, no incendiaries, which does help, and no siphons either. Not coming up here on the side. Karak's on the way for DauT. Yes, Armenians actually have the best demos, remember, because of Cilician Fleet, but because DauT isn't mining any stone, it's not like you can ever research that upgrade. This map is way too all-in for that. Anyway, oh my goodness, this could be bad for DauT. Still. Again, I'm just not too sold on the fact that Hera himself isn't just going for mass galleons. Like, galleon plus fire ship really does feel like the best combo. Demo ship coming in now for Hera. No heavy demo for Japanese, though. They've never had heavy demo. But yeah, you don't have fast fire ships as Armenian, so I think you kind of have to go Hulk, or I guess Karak, plus Galleon. Are super strong. I mean, they're better. I'm not entirely sure how it works out with the new Pierce Armor mechanic. But yes, that one extra damage does help. For sure. If nothing else, the Karaks are going to be a great meat shield against the fire ships. Attack. It was attack, and then was replaced by circumnavigation for the Portuguese. Again, they increased the movement speed of all ships, except galleons. All right, here we go. The Karaks are providing a pretty good wooden shield, because it's not really a meat shield. I think DauT wins this, and he wins it pretty handily. Yeah, guys, is Hera screwing this up? I really think Galleon plus Fireship is the best late-game naval combo. I really don't think you're winning this without any Galleons of your own. A wooden wall? Something like that. Anyway, DauT coming in with some more reinforcing Karaks. Trade cog! Oh, guys, Hera can't lose. He has a trade cog. But yeah, DauT is still taking an efficient fight. Yeah, he has a worse eco than Hera. Plus 14 eco units, actually. 27 fishing ships for Hera. And it's not like they're all gathering food, which is kind of useless at this point. Oh, no! Wait, the Warrior Priest has 5 kills! Hera! What are you doing, homie? Oh, my goodness. But yes, honestly, this game, Hera 1000% had the better opening, and the better opening by a pretty sizable margin. No priest, all warrior. Oh, go get him, trade cog! And yet, I think that this perhaps is showing Hera's relative inexperience on the Thalassocracy patch. I think we've seen other players who honestly probably practiced a bit more with this balance, realizing that it's Fireship plus Galleon in the late game that's really the go-to combo, as the Hulks don't really stand up in late game to Galley Fire. And Hera's simply not doing that. Now, granted, again, you don't have the best fire ships in the world, and you don't maybe necessarily want to go up against Armenians in that regard, but I still think you can do that just fine as Hera with Japanese eco. It's still probably fine, even if Japanese wouldn't be my #1 civ pick for this map for that very reason. I'd much rather have a civ like Italians, which Hera actually has at his disposal, so Hera could have gone Italians here. Or Koreans. I think both of those would actually have been better civs than Japanese in this particular situation. Or, yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible. Italians better. So Italians, they also have a very, very good fish boom, like Japanese, because you get such a huge discount by saving on all those fishing ships. And they have fully upgraded fast fire ships, which is huge. You have incendiaries, you have siphons. And you also have a little bit of that age-up advantage with the tech discount. So I think Italians are just a little bit better across the board. Fight here. But again, like, if you had siphons, suddenly that becomes a lot of stacking damage on top of each other for DauT, because the ships all group up. Like, siphons is really nice. But I think this is actually a great pedagogical game, so to say, that goes to show that, you know, yeah, Hera still had the much better early build and execution, and yet DauT sort of did a better job of finding the correct army composition, especially for Armenians here, which I think, like, you see what Hera's going for, focusing more on the fire ships and hulks of his own. You go for your own hulks to counter that, and then you add in those Armenian galleys to support is just a really sick combo. And like how Hera has 7 bills on food, he's not going for light cap. I don't think that's what pedagogy means. But still, learning, right? We're learning a lot about the water balance for these sorts of games. Anyway, Dock going to be taken down very quickly. It's not that Carracks are even very good against Docks, but you have so many ships, it doesn't really matter. Besides, I've inadvertently shown my feet on stream a bunch. Oh, it's a trade cog! It's another trade cog, guys! Oh my goodness, guys, DauT doesn't stand a chance! Like, look at this trade cog! It's doing so much! No! Oh, guys, Hera's literally sunk. He's just dead. What are you gonna do against all the trade cogs? No trade cog, no win. Sometimes life is that simple. Even though you're studying it? Well, there you go. We try to use big words on the stream occasionally. And the girl I was, spending the weekend with was very impressed by my vocabulary. So I guess that's something. How did DauT catch up on eco? He just killed some fishing ships. I mean, Hera's macro is still very... Like, how is Hera still 4,000 resources ahead? That's wild. But he's actually behind in wood. Like, how much of an advantage is food? Like, that's what Hera does, right? Like, he gets an advantage in food collected. But that really doesn't have as much value here. Oh my god, he's got more trade cogs! Hera, you're straight up with your hotkeys, dude! But now Hera himself has switched into galleons. So Hera has recognized the error of his ways. And now we're in a situation where... Okay, now you can't... Hulk versus Galleon almost always is going to lose to Galleon versus Fireship. Because I think it was McNeely earlier who had the good analogy that it's kind of like Camel versus... Camel plus Archer versus Knight plus Archer, where the Camels just die really fast to the enemy Archers. Similar thing. Now, some Armenian demos are still probably going to be very good here. but you don't really have the resources to make any sort of a tech switch if you're DauT, so maybe Hera's still fine. I mean, again, if this was a closer game in terms of player macro, then Hera almost certainly loses it from not making the right army early on, but now Hera's probably totally fine. Yeah, DauT making only demo rafts at the moment. Yeah, I mean, you're not getting Cilician fleets ever. Is he trading? Oh, my goodness. I doubt this was intentional, guys. I think it's just like, oh, well, I guess there's the neutral dock here. There were demos? That's pretty funny. Yeah, DauT's dead. DauT's dead, guys. Can't match. Just cannot match Hera's macro. Feudal Age demo rafts feel woefully insufficient right now. Again, it's pretty crazy to me that Hera still won this game just by, again, sheer mechanics. Like, that is just crazy. He had no business winning this one, but... well, it's Hera. It's what he does. 154 trade profit. OP! Without losing Aquarina, and Hera himself probably learning that it's probably not the best to not go galleons on that map. Macro Polo. Is there another set after this one? No. There will be one tomorrow. Viper versus Sito and Tato versus Luchas. Okay, so maybe it's just 2 sets a day. Okay, maybe that's just how we're doing it from here on out. So obviously I'll cover all of it. Good stuff, good stuff. And it means the stream won't likely be too long today, so I'll be able to go ahead and work more on the History of the Sims video. And also be a couch potato and watch more Alice in Borderland. That too. Oh, I can also play the crappy new DLC. Which apparently, guys, I'm just reading the notes right now, that they realized that the first bounty pack, as they're calling it, for Borderlands 4 is so bad and so bare bones that they're just giving it to people for free. Like, it was originally paid content, and they're like, this isn't good enough to be paid content. Crazy delay. Well, it has to be a 2-minute delay per World's Edge orders. That is just how they operate. How they roll, baby. "15 seconds. No delay? Yeah, I think it was Syscon. Yeah, World's Edge is cracking down on that. Again, I think with Nilly there, and I think what World's Edge, the higher-ups there are seeing is they want to make sure that competitive integrity is consistent throughout all of their events, which is not something I'm going to complain about. Oh, it was Andre, my bad. Anyway, here we are, guys. Game numero 3. Yeah, DauT has literally gone all 3 kingdoms. Oh, no. Yeah, the game 2 was the Armenians, my bad. I thought it was the Wu for a second. I reminding people, they do it constantly. Anyway, so Portuguese versus Shu. Shu are a solid water civ. You remember that you don't have iron casting, so your Karak/Hulks aren't that good. You also don't have fast fire ships. You actually don't have the fire ship upgrades either, no siphons or incendiaries. But you've got galleons with shipwright and all those upgrades. And you have your very good Lochwans. All top 10 civs. I mean, they're all fine. I mean, I think it's just that Wei and Shu have very sort of streamlined economies and streamlined game plans. Kind of like, you know, looking at old Franks, right? Where they just have a very consistent game plan. And then Wu have very good timings and also Jian Swordsman. So it's kind of like a wombo combo. Goes land? Well, we'll see. We'll see. Relevant video? What's this? 5 new civs? Well, I mean, all of them except Jurchens feel very, very unfun to play against. Wombo combo? Just like the gun in Borderlands 4. That ain't Falco! But yes, it is a reference to that old video. Well, I guess maybe I do, McNeely. Jurchens are annoying. Jurchens can be annoying just for the fast castle, neither Grenadiers or Fire Lancers thing. But I think overall they're still a very reasonable civ. But I think most people would agree that Jurchens are the best civ of the DLC in terms of feeling like an AoE 2 civ. That has, you know, strengths and weaknesses and, you know, aspects of it which are unique but aren't completely out there. I mean, that's what I pretty strongly feel, but I don't think I'm alone in that regard. Oh, guys, Hera's a noob. He will lose the scout fight. Guys, Hera, noob confirmed. Yeah, again, like, people can struggle against their fast castle into either Grenadiers or Fire Lancers. And see, yeah, it's like a less good bonus that applies to all the different units. Classic A, I think they feel like much more of one than do the any of the other civs. Keton's good as the eco, not the attack upgrade. I mean, Ketons are just a very good, well-rounded civ in an aggressive setting. Anyway, Hera is a fishing ship ahead, so I guess just a little bit better of an early build. Actually, how on earth is he ahead in resources? I guess DauT, yeah, DauT's just got into the rhinos, my bad. That would make the early game too bad. Yeah, you need to give them something in Feudal Age. And the issue is that there just isn't enough in AoE that affects only the Feudal Age. Like, there's not enough of stuff in Feudal Age that you can modify. But I think that it actually works out just fine that in the Feudal Age, Jurchen Scouts are the only ones that attack faster. In Castle Age, again, Light Cav, Step Lancers, attacking faster is pretty unique to the Jurchens. Bulgarians can eventually get stirrups for, you know, a slightly stronger effect, but it's not, I think, that big of a deal. Start with 2 chickens. I'm sorry, guys. I just have to do the chicken sounds. I mean, is it really an Ornlu stream if I don't repeat random AoE voice lines or animal sounds or both? I think I get my streamer license revoked if that's the case. Apparently, I also have a streamer license. Apparently, that's a thing, too. Anyway, Hera just has the extra fishing ship. DauT's coming in with another dock, and he is going to be going up faster. Now, 29 pop is a little weird. It's probably still going to be for a fast castle. Oh, yeah, Hera's also been gathering from a ton of the forage bushes, going to get the extra wood income, which is nice. As a civ bonus, yeah, I feel like it might... Maybe the dev slot would be too strong as a team bonus for other civs, like other SO civs. I mean, I know Jurchens don't technically have siege onagers, but they basically have siege onagers. Why doesn't Hera just garrison the fishing ship and kill the scout? I mean, can't you just do that and get a free hit in? Okay, yeah, that's what he's doing. But Hera's going fast castle. Oh, I don't even know. I don't know if it would be OP. I don't think it would. But it's kind of like how the Inca Llama feels like it should be a team bonus, and they eventually made it a team bonus. It's just like, it feels like a team bonus. It is absolutely a vibes thing. Korean villager line of sight also feels like a team bonus. And they made it one. Yeah, the Iron Pagoda is like a side grade of a knight that costs more food and less gold. I feel like a team bonus. Does that mean I'm a team player and people like me? Aww. Feels like a team bonus? Well, to be fair, so does their farm bonus. And the Chinese TC line of sight was designed to help out their first 30 seconds so that you could find your starting sheep more easily back when they started further away from your TC. But now sheep start like right next to your TC most of the time, and Chinese are extremely good for that reason. Like, it's pretty crazy that if you had 25 seconds idle time back in the day with Chinese, that was like considered a very good start. Or like anything less than 30 was good. It was usually like 30 to 40 seconds. And now people are getting like 11, 12 seconds. And it's just like, it just makes such a huge difference. Feudal system modes, that'd be such a niche bonus, man. That'd be like the most niche of niche bonuses. It's literally only useful in early Dark Age. Team bonus? I mean, it's a nice bonus, but it's been with Chinese forever, so it's like, do we really need to change it? Anyway, down with a few scouts over here. Not really getting anything done with them. Hera scout's very low HP anyway. What on earth is that farm? What? Hera, you want to explain that one to me? I mean, yeah, Hera's best player in the world. We can't question anything he does ever. What on earth? Oh, you know what? Okay, no, this is to drop a TC right here. But yes, he's basically using it as a do-it-yourself lumber camp. This is like such a minor bonus, but it actually is technically a bonus. Yeah, but yes, no, it does work. I questioned it, but no, it does make sense. Yeah, he's using it as a drop-off site so he can just not have to invest in a lumber camp, and he's going to have the 2 farms next to the TC anyway. This guy. Hera's just adding 3 TCs without a care in the world, knowing DauT can't do anything to apply pressure to him, and he only has 5 fishing ships anyway. It's not like DauT's going up to 12. Yeah, guys, like, I'm pretty sure it would be just better to have the villagers working normally. but it looks flashy, right? It is something that is objectively hard to do and hard to plan out perfectly, and so that immediately makes it very, very good. Right? That's how that works out, right? Farm walls AoE 1 style? Oh, yeah. Anyway, Hera's also got Bowsaw in. He's got a Monk coming out, healing up the Scout Cavalry. I mean, DauT only invested into two Hulks, so not an overinvestment from him. He's still getting a solid castle each time. He's going to pick up Light Cav right away. That's why it's good. But yeah, again, it's the emotional damage. You can see DauT's still ahead in resources. Because, again, generally speaking, it's better to go for fishing ships and then castle age than just a pure fast castle. Anyway, Siege Workshop coming in, and the Shu are very good at doing this sort of thing with the faster moving mangonels. I am actually a big fan of that bonus. Like, the movement speed bonus for Siege is, like, a really nice convenience bonus in mid-game, and it doesn't feel like it treads on Mongols at all, because Mongols, it's only late game, but it's so much better. So yeah, I mean, I like that bonus. That's a good one. So much. Well, that's how Mangrove has worked ever since it was added to the game. Horse Scholar coming in for DauT. It's already in for Hera. This is far from all in, though, from DauT. Just cruising on 3 TCs as well. Mangonel and Light Cav going to come out. Being too good? I don't think it's too good. I mean, it's a solid boost for sure, but it's 0.06 tiles per second faster. It's not really anything too crushing. But yes, Hera not really reacting with the Siege Workshop very quickly whatsoever. So this is perhaps giving a little bit of an opportunity for DauT. Again, if we took away the player names right now, we'd think that this wasn't actually a pretty bad spot for the blue player. And yet Bombard Cannons is still left out. Only in our hearts playing Genghis Khan 3 do we get the zoomy zoom bombards. Mangonel Micro? I have no idea. I mean, like, I feel like so many of us are used to playing with such terrible lag that even this right now is such a huge deal. Whereas, like, the slightest bit of lag matters so much in FPS games because the margins are so tiny that have such a large impact on, you know, overall who wins a gunfight. Anyway, DauT sees the flags on the Siege Workshop and knows that he has to skedaddle, but DauT got another couple villager kills. Hera is slightly ahead in overall vill count, but you can see DauT is ahead in terms of overall resources. Art of War? Yeah, they'll probably change it. Actually, could I test that out? Yeah, remind me after the game, guys. And, I mean, I'm on the patch, right? So I can literally see if the Art of War has changed. Although maybe they didn't bother reworking it yet. But still, we can tack. Check. Most of the missions are too janky? I mean, they're fine. Beatable? Well, I mean, the version that's in the game is absolutely beatable, although it's the toughest one, in my opinion. Just because how crazy demo shots can be. Anyway, 4th TC coming in for Hera. DauT can go ahead and pick one up in just a second. Actually, no, sorry, DauT already has one in the middle of the map. Yeah, he's cruising. I mean, late game is going to be pretty comically better here for Portuguese. Middle concern. And I actually always recommend Art of War for players who are just starting out. And they're like, okay, am I ready for multiplayer? And I'm like, okay, if you can do reasonably well in Art of War, yeah, you're fine. If you can do reasonably well on those and you can beat the hardest AI without cheesing, then you're just fine for multiplayer. Out boom. That's usually what he does. That's how he won the last game. And the fundamentals? Yep. I mean, the Art of War also teaches you the importance of an early build order. You'll probably want to use some sort of online resource to get, like, an up-to-date one that's, you know, good in the current metagame. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's all micro. Anyway, DauT should still go ahead and get the kills here, unless Hera gets an E. What? Okay. That was still pretty wild that Hera even got those 2 kills, but it's still not actually good for him. Again, if this was a... If we didn't see the player names here, if this was, you know, Hidden Cup, we would say that, okay, our blue player isn't really setting himself up to win. He's just sitting on his butt, and he's not even out-booming his opponent. He isn't really with any good way to gain map control. Oh, jeez. But also, it's like Hera, so the fact that he's only behind by 500 resources is way... he's way fewer resources behind. Oh my god. And of course, just takes the perfect mangonel shots. Like, if that's even a 1-for-1 trade, then Hera's castle probably is, yeah. I mean, he probably loses like 5 or 6 bills trying to get that castle down. A bit high? Well, I'm just talking about it. People who don't feel confident. Like, if you're willing to just lose the games and, you know, learn with a trial by fire and or just want to have fun playing the game and don't really care, like, how good you are, then, yeah, just, like, jump into multiplayer. Just do what you want, man. But I think for the people who are struggling with the confidence or are stressed out about trying multiplayer, I think that they would probably feel better if they do those things. What? No, these guys are pretty clearly good players, both of them. Anyway, Hera's on his way up to Imp, and it will be faster. Kind of surprised Hera doesn't have handcart with all the farms he has. Or heavy plow, for that matter. Anyway, Hera's totally fine. And like I said, the fact that Portuguese just completely clobber Shu in the late game, like with a giant wooden bat, that feels pretty decisive. Okay, Hera's going Caravels. Is this, like, actually good at all? Like, the base damage of Caravels is really low now. Like, they have 4 attack. Now, they still should be good against mass galleons, because they have a lot of bonus damage against ranged units. Or long-range warships is the unknown Type 60 armor class that they have 4 bonus damage against. And it's true that Shu don't have fast fire ship. Like, you need to rely on your own galleys. But... okay, let's see if DauT knows he doesn't get fast fire ship. But also, Hera's has the faster uptime, so that's kind of huge. Fire... I mean, they have the same reload time as a galley. Also, they have a lot of bonus damage versus buildings, so they actually are still doing pretty well here. And that siege worktop's going down fast. 11 bonus damage is a lot. It's actually more than the galley line. So it's 7 plus 6 is 13, and 4 plus 11 is 50. So they're actually better than galleys versus... well, actually, hold on. I mean, you also have to take into account the Pierce armor, so it's really just going to be 11 versus... something close to that. Yeah, probably pretty similar. Anyway, DauT's probably going to learn to his disappointment that he doesn't get fast fire ships with this Civ. Or any of the fire ship upgrades at the university. Then chemistry? Okay, Karak's coming in now here for Hera. Elite Caravel is still a separate upgrade. Guys, DauT knows. He knows that conscription doesn't affect docks or siege workshops, for that matter, right? Right, guys? Right. DauT is literally the longest active pro player, alongside kind of Kapach, although he took a big break in the middle. Surely he knows that. And this has Literally always been the case. Well, traction treb's here, but it can easily get sniped by all these units. Actually, the caravels are still pretty bad. And the castle still does add a lot of damage, and Lochwans are going to be pretty good here as well. Hera's got several trebs at this point. Lochwan does feel like it's in a little bit of an exposed position right there, and it is going to go down. But still, I mean, Hera's fighting underneath the castle. There is ballistics and all those sorts of upgrades in. Fraction Treb there is also taking a lot of damage. Like, this shouldn't be good for Hera. The fishing ships, I don't know what those fishing ships are doing. Now, Hera does have a lot of docks, but it's not like DauT has a low number of docks. Still, Hera built more docks than his opponent and is able to continuously produce from them. Also, this is apparently a thing that's happening because freaking love it. DauT's not going to have much stone much longer. Already 16,000 damage taken by that castle. But, like, again, this still shouldn't be good for Hera. I mean, now it's, like, garrisoned full of units. Again, like, DauT's macro isn't where it needs to be right now. Which is the only reason, like, Hera is even looking like he's doing remotely okay. Yeah, I guess Hera still wins this just by macro. It's just like the last game, guys. Like, I don't think this should work, but Hera just produces more units than his opponent anyway, so it's probably fine. Siphon's coming in now for Hera. He didn't get circumnavigation, I think. No, I wonder if he knows what it does. I mean, Chipwright's going to be very good. It's still better than circumnavigation in terms of actual production speed. But I think DauT might just be way too far behind here. He does have masonry, which is going to be nice. Well, you don't want to go Fadarias here as Hera. You'd rather just have the villagers working. But yeah, DauT just needs units and needs them right soon. Right, come. Oh no, the peasantry! It's always the peasantry, guys. No gold? DauT? DauT should still have gold at home. He very much has gold at home. Needs to GG? No, I mean, he did just lose 50 vil. Why? Or do we have a tactical pause here? DauT's building a stable up on the side. I don't really think that should matter all that much. I mean, if DauT just builds more docks, he almost certainly wins. But again, you can't really just brush off saying that, oh, Hera's only winning because his macro is better, when it's like, Hera puts the real-time and real-time strategies better than anyone else by, like, a lot. Yes, it's Elite Caravel. Except maybe Leary. Yeah, you usually don't run out of gold until around 40 minutes. Hera's also deleting Vils here. Anyone in AoE2? Well, I mean, that's the only relevant the only relevant people in this situation. Like I said, every pro player in AoE2 benefits from not having Korean teenagers grind the game 10 hours a day. Wait, why is that getting padded archer armor? To me, are AoE2 players? Well, for the purposes of an AoE2 tournament, yes. Some bug? What's the bug? Even though he should have? But he doesn't have fast fires. Oh! The tech tree says he does have fast fires. Wait, the tech tree also says fast fire ships now have a discount. Oh, wait, never mind. That's just, never mind. That's just the, yeah, so that's actually a tech tree bug. Yeah. Because Capturage is correct in saying that they don't have fast fires. I'm trying to remember. Do they have fast fires, like, when I normally play them? Well, I mean, that would play a different civ. Okay, let me see my Three Kingdoms videos. Okay, so if I go to my Battle of Red Cliffs video, of course I don't make fire ships at all. And the fact that I don't make fire ships whatsoever would make me think that they never had fast fire ships. Yeah, this is really weird. I don't really know what the admin decision is. Like, what, what would you do? The tech tree does say that DauT has fast fire ships, and I don't think it's reasonable for DauT to not trust what the tech tree in-game tells him. Like, that doesn't feel fair to DauT. But at the same time, like, Hera's just winning this game fair and square, right? I mean, we're so far into the game already. Drinking contest. Yeah, again, I have no idea what the correct decision is here. As far, I mean, it absolutely had an impact in this game, and considering that Hera had a bunch of caravels, like, DauT would want to have fast fire ships right there. Does Hera drink? I don't think so. I mean, in theory, Islam does not allow drinking, but again, it's not like a hard and fast rule for many Muslims. Mattered? Oh, I do think so. official patch notes, it doesn't mention like losing. They didn't never mentioned fast fire ship being taken away from anybody. Yes, Hera's Muslim. Need a ramen? Heated. I think he's first generation Palestinian Canadian. Okay, it looks like they left the game and are just going to replay it. I think that's probably what you need to do. I think it shafts Hera a little bit. But I in a situation where there are no like completely fair outcomes, I think that that's probably the fairest. I mean, I'd say that the fairest thing to Hera would be Hera has to play Portuguese and DauT has to play one of the other civilizations available in his draft. Again, the issue is that the tech tree says that you get fast fire ship as the shoe when DauT doesn't get fast fire ship. And skipping to game 4? Okay, yeah, it says they're going to go to Bog Islands. Matter? Yeah, I think that works just fine. Usually referred as a punishment. Yeah, they're just, again, they're going to put a lid on that game and they're going to play another map, which I think that, especially if Hera wins this one, then, you know, it completely makes everything a moot point there in the first place, then yes. Andy played extremely well versus Yo. All right, getting to Bog Islands here in a minute 30, and yeah, hopefully this all works out fine and dandy. We can hope. Maybe. Oh, it's Pog. It's all... What? Okay, there we go. For some reason, I knocked my mic, and then it decided to stop working for a second. They had to pause the last game because of an issue where the text tree was incorrect. Guys, if DauT wins 2 games and they have to figure out a fair conclusion to that game where I don't think there is an actual fair solution, now that'd be funny. The person who isn't organizing this tournament just was the, like, I love mess. Like that meme with the woman who's like, I love mess. Host the game. I think that's probably what you should do, but I also think that would still be unfair to Hera. Considering that, you know, you were still winning the game fair and square at that point. Anyway, DauT's going to be here in the red as the Mongols, to the east of Bog Islands, and to the west in the blue as the Hangugin. It will be Hera. So AOC Civ matchup here, and one that still does feel pretty fair. This is a speed map, and we do have to, you know, favor the fastest Civ in the game for it, Mongols. Just getting those ships out and just going to town right away. Yes, that is Koreans in Korean. So, matched out prize money from the organizer. Ooh, that feels like it would be something that isn't actually feasible to do. Yeah, well, Koreans, well, he's not playing Koreans. He's playing Mongols. All right, lumber camp here, kind of on the side for DauT. You'd think he would put it a bit further back. I mean, he kind of sees... Like, isn't this kind of forward, guys? Maybe he's thinking he can wall like this, which I guess he can. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. That said, Koreans, even if they're not as fast as Mongols, they are still very good at defending. You have the cheaper wood cost on your warships. You can get, you know, walls and towers down as needed. And, of course, over the course of a game, that wood discount is really going to start to pile up. More on wood. Oh, he's got 5 on wood to 4. So 1 more bill on wood. That, I think, is just going to be going for a very fast uptime, right? So you need more bills on food to start things off. But he will be behind in fishing ship numbers, as he will have a slower dock and probably just not make as many fishing ships in the first place. Oh, no, okay. Yeah, DauT would be really, really, really in trouble if he lost the Vil, but he didn't. Like game 4, the tech tree had a bug and incorrectly showed the Shu as having fast fire ship, which meant that DauT planned on going for fast fire ship, but couldn't. And so they just tabled the game, and we're going on to game 4 without awarding a point to either player. And what we all hope is that it doesn't have to matter and they don't have to make a decision on the game. How do I like Aquarina? I mean, it's at least a little bit different, but I mean, it's kind of the same thing every time, right? There's Dockville trapped. You know what? You might be right. You could be very right there. Also, DauT is actually going forward. Oh! Interesting. Wait, this isn't even really all that far forward. Okay, DauT just needs to click up. DauT. Okay, a little bit of idle time. All right, I mean, he's going to go for it. A Jesus buffalo? Oh, there are lots of Jesus buffaloes on the map that are just standing in the water. Again, I feel like the fewer questions asked, the better. It's actually just standing in the water. It's not standing on the water. It just has super long legs. Like, Zunisha, the giant elephant thing with Zoe in One Piece. It's like that, where like the legs are just randomly extremely long. I don't think T-West even did the maps for this tournament. Anyway, DauT up on 16 pop. He still has 5 vills on food, interestingly. I mean, Hera clicks up. It's still a pretty fast uptime for Hera. So, the question you want to know is, what ship do you make here as DauT? You need to go after the villagers. You can't go after the fishing ships, because the fishing ships will just garrison. DauT's gets everything he needs to. Oh, is he also going to tower? Oh, boy. And it will be for a Hulk. Do I like that? It's kind of like relying on Hera not quick-walling in time. Yeah, I don't think that Phil's going anywhere anyway. Okay, so it's a Hulk into Fire Galley. Huh? Can he deny this dock? I mean, that would be huge, obviously, if he could. I don't think so. Wait, Hera, pay attention! Okay, he does pay attention. Yeah, this was my concern, though, for DauT, is that this exact situation would happen. I mean, tower coming in, Hera's just gonna go for his own tower, though, and be totally fine. Unless he opens the gate for some reason. You do have to be careful, of course. But Hera's got his own Hulks on the way. I still have no idea what the fire ship is doing. Actually, why isn't Hera going for a tower? Wouldn't he just, like, rush up a tower over here? Okay, that's kind of what he's doing. But this feels a little late. Not too sure about all this, actually. Okay, Hera's back to building the tower. Maybe he was waiting until DauT was too far along with the tower. Maybe that was the thing. Anyway, DauT's villager is probably going to die here. Oh, not yet. Demo? I mean, the issue is it feels like this entire build is predicated on Hera not quick-walling in his vills, which feels like, yeah. Yeah, DauT's dead. DauT's super dead! DauT literally spent everything he could to rush up to Feudal Age, and is still behind in vills and in army. Yeah, this is why I didn't like the Hulks, and I definitely didn't like the fire ship. It feels like you're not... Like, what are you supposed to do here? Well, it sounds, Dizzy Dwarf, like you have missed the memo on this tournament. Exclamation mark new Navy. All about the Hulk, the new warship. Yeah, I mean... Oh, DauT isn't even attacking the Vil properly. Okay, now he is. And he will get the Vil. But this feels like a very Pyrrhic victory. Maybe DauT can get forging? Wait, he already has... No, he doesn't have a market. Wait, what does he spend the rest of his stone on? Oh, power. I guess he had exactly enough stone left over. I mean, technically DauT is a Vil ahead, but he's 500 resources behind, and that's obviously not competitive. Army lead? He does not have an army lead. That would be an incorrect statement. And of course, Hera's going to get that discount. Yeah, the fact that Hera got the dock down, he got another dock down, so he's going to be on 3 docks to 2. Again, apparently my usage of vocabulary was very impressive, if nothing else, I guess. Prepare? I mean, he seems sort of prepared. Hello, Hassan. Hera seems a little bit, but not super prepared. Again, no double bit axe for DauT. Hera gets the discount on his ships. Yeah, the compositions don't feel optimal, but I mean, it's still Hera, right? The base, macro, micro, and decision making is all absolutely where it should be. Fletching coming in now as Hera's going to be making that more concerted switch into the galley line. I mean, if Hera, like, overchops, that would be a big issue, but he's not going to overchop for a hot second. I guess DauT now has double bit axe, but obviously significantly slower. Hold on. Remember, guys, gates are awful against the Hulks, but yeah, the tower just is too much damage. New expansion comes to the game? Well, I mean, I just stream all the time, independent of whether there's a new expansion. My streaming schedule doesn't really change whether or not there's a new expansion. Hulks are 70 wood, 35 gold, so a similar resource profile to the fire ships, but they cost 10 less gold. Now, Forging's coming in here for Hera, but not in yet. But he's still probably fine. DauT is so cooked. Oh, he sure looks super cooked. I mean, look at this KD. I mean, granted, Hera has a lot of idle builds right now for some reason, but he's taking good fights. That's all that matters. And Hera still takes the 3-0. It would pretty much be a 4-0 as well if, you know, the last game went the way it was going. Yeah, Hera just kind of clobbering DauT, to be honest. Hulk SFX, I mean, that's like the coldest Antarctica take possible. They're very loud. Nevertheless, Hera does get the win, and he will be moving on as expected, so Yo gets upset, Hera does not. Makes sense. Even in an A-tier tournament, Hera is going to be much more consistent than Yo is. But that does mean we have 2 sets tomorrow, guys, and it will feature 2, I guess, at least generally considered top players. Viper versus Sito and Tato versus Lucho. Invite Hera. You can't just ban Hera because he's too good. That's extremely unfair to Hera. And also, Hera brings in viewers. Again, people would rather watch Hera win a lopsided game than watch a closer set between, like, Sito and Lucho. So Hera brings viewers, so any tournament organizer is going to want him. Anyway, guys, I think most other people are going to be going off now as well, but I will be back tomorrow. Same start time, 14 GMT or whatever it was. Thank you so much for everyone who's been watching. Really appreciate it. See you guys tomorrow.